Morning. My name is Vincent Mfune, working with Committee of St. Egidio Dream Program. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Greenwich Tete, working with the Palombe District Council, specifically agriculture sector.
Good morning. My name is Ian Karagulani. I work with Green Loop Solutions.
Good morning. I'm Mr. Chirambo. I'm with UNDP. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Jen Swira with UNDP.
Good morning. This is Jones Chiteka from Evangelical Association of Malawi. I'm the programs coordinator, South.
Good morning. This is Charles Stonken from Sisonic.
Good morning. I'm Tamara Madaka from Center for Environmental Policy and Advocacy, CEPA.
Good morning. I'm Stanley Mpinganjira from Ministry of Gender.
Good morning. I'm Trevor Malota, Ministry of Gender.
Good morning. I am Crispin Chavula from Habitat for Humanity, Malawi. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Gregor Konje, Sisonic.
I am Sipo Biriat from the National Planning Commission.
Good morning. I'm Leah Wanambwa, Senior Policy Officer at the African Union Commission.
Good morning. I'm Lucy Mwase from Habitat for Humanity, Malawi. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Chapter Banda from Habitat for Humanity, Malawi. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Francis Kamangadazi from Zuzu University.
Morning. I'm Gladys Ntenda from Kulinji.com.
Good morning. I'm Violet Mfune Banda from Conserve with Benefits.
Good morning. I'm Anastasia Makrula, Catholic Development Commission of Malawi, Zomba Diocese.
Good morning. My name is Aaron Mahama at GLOW. Yeah, good morning, everyone. My name is Roger Pili at GLOW.
Good morning. I'm Sosten Chiota from LEAD.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Ramek Nkoma. I work with Churches Action, Youth and Involvement, but I'm here as sitting as a ACT Alliance member. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Felix Minjare. I'm coming from ACT Alliance.
Good morning. My name is Kaurelo Chilwani. I'm from Pagja in South Africa. Thanks.
Good morning. I'm Jessica Mwanzia. I work with Pagja in Nairobi.
Good morning. My name is Alex Maingi. I work with the Pan-African Climate Justice Alliance in Nairobi.
Good morning. I'm Teriwe Mataga. I'm working with Oxfam.
Morning. I am Gerard Kosam from Total Land Care.
Good morning. I'm Gertrude Siamio from Caritas Zambia.
Mulibwanji. Mulibwanji. Mwadzuka Bwanji. Good morning. My name is Obed Koringo from Care International. Thank you so much.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Rejoice Chikakuda from National Smallholder Farmers Association, NASFAM.
Good morning. My name is James Murombedzi from the UN Economic Commission for Africa in Addis Ababa.
Good morning. I'm Dunia Mpande from Christian Aid Malawi.
Good morning. My name is Jacinta Gafaniza from Neno ADC.
Good morning. My name is Joseph Sasela from Beyond Our Hearts Foundation.
Russell Msisha, Beyond the Heart Foundation, Malawi, Neno District.
Good morning. My name is Toshani Kumwenda. I'm representing Youth for Development and Productivity, YODEP. Thank you.
Morning once again. I'm Steve Kantimalega, working with Save the Children.
Morning, my name is Mary Edson, Senior Chief Jamba Representative Zomba Kadebo.
I'm Olukere, representing Out Scott Foundation. Thank you.
I'm Enoch Juma from Development Aid from People to People, TAP Malawi.
I'm Isaac Chua from the Malawi University of Science and Technology. Thank you.
Good morning, I'm Maynard Nyirenda from Sustainable Development Initiative.
Good morning, I'm Christopher Hodge, representing local leaders from Zomba in the project of loss and damage.
Good morning, my name is Susan Dunda, media from Kenya.
Morning, everyone. My name is Nicholas Abuya. I work with Christian Aid based in Nairobi, Kenya.
Good morning. My name is David Odali. I'm representing NGO Gender Coordination Network in Malawi. Thank you.
My name is Brenda Mware from Green Girls Platform.
Good morning. I'm Stanley Mazani from Center for Youth and Children Affairs.
Good morning. I'm Edgar Piri. I work for yourself.
Good morning. I'm Mungane Mga from Action Aid Malawi.
Good morning, I'm Chikondi Nkawa and I'm with CARE.
Good morning, my name is Wirad Freedom Kaula from Action Aid Malawi.
Good morning, my name is Frankie Kansale from Civil Society Network on Climate Change Secretariat. Thank you.
Good morning, my name is Godfrey Chisusu. I'm from Digital Associates.
Tasisio Kalaundi, Trokea Malawi.
Amanda Yawea, Sisonek.
Elin Ngirazi, Christian Aid.
Thank you very much. And my name is Getego Jaliwa. I'll be your moderator this morning. And ladies and gentlemen, at this point, I would like to request that we see some video documentaries showcasing Africa's experiences with loss and damage. Over to you, Tech. Thank you.
kuyamba.
Ina chilichonse palibe chimene chinatulutsa ife zonse zinapita ndi madzi. Chimanga ndilibe zinapita, mbuzi zimene zinatani zinapita. Madzi asanabwere timakwanisa kukapanga ganyu kutali ndimapetako chakudya chale chonchi apa zikulephereka chifukwa kuti mmene mukapanga ganyu muonongekaso.
Ndandikhoza kuti simapulira bwinobwino kushukuru ndera siyaso zikulu.
Ngazama zose siyaza kupata mafuzi yanga. Ndiza mbili napita mazi. Makope, mindful, za kujani na pesa. Ipiana makapo tukusoa zambi.
Nangana kulange. Zakuja. Makope. Sopo achapi. Parara. Pesu. Sopo. Tanzole lifunika mwachangu.
Climate crisis is no longer a distant threat. It is happening now, and it is affecting the realization of children's rights. Children in Malawi share their lived experiences.
Ikafuna kugwa ikumagwa yambiri kukokololanso mwina zinthu anthu ife kumasapa mavuto ana kumapita ni mazi ife lomwe kumatha kupita ni mazi zinthu zathu pa sukulu zinasokonekera zanga amene anapita ni mazi zina lake ni mere pakati paja mvula inagwa nyumba yakwawo inali yosalongosoka kwa sekeni ndi anapeza zoti amathawa mazi mkati mwa kuthawa mazi aja anabwera ambiri anakokoloka mpaka pano kuti Yesu amaziwika.
Mazi amene anabwera muchakachi anabwera mazi ochuluka kwambiri moti manyumba anthu mbewu za anthu zatha kupita ndi mazi.
Moti ukabwera ujeni mvulete mathawa zoti mazi akusefukira ndi ujeni zipangizo zophunzira zimabe zoti zapita ndi mazi even ngakhale mmakomo kumene anthu ifeyo chakudya chimapita ndi mazi manyumba athu nkugumuka kumaso pokhala.
Kumbali soya magasins athu mata mwina mphepo yonso yobzoli amene mabwera kale kumathanso kuti chonse amalata athu komanso mwina maofesi a aphunzitsi athu amathanso mwinanso kuchokanso malata mabukuso mwina kunyowa ndi timaphera kuti tingaphunzira.
Anthu opeza bwino ndi anthu ovutika amaphunzidwa mosiyana pa nkhani za nyengo monga nthawi ya mvula kusefukira kwa madzi. Anthu ovutika nyumba zawo zimagwa msanga ndipo moti katundu wawo amakokoloka ndipo amasowa pokhala pomwe anthu opeza bwino
nyumba zonse zigwa modi mophwekayi ndiponso olo zidakhala kuti munazagwa amatopeza ndalama ndikukagula katundu pomwe ngati ali wovutika kuti apange survive kuti apesenso ndalama kuti akayambire kugula katundu zimakhala zovuta.
Pali kugwirizana kwa pakati pa kusintha kwa nyengo ndi kapezedwe ka makomo chifukwa ngati anthu mudadula mitengo kwambiri mdera zimene zimapangisa zokuti mvula isamagwe kwambiri komanso kusefukira kwa madzi kumene madzi akasefukira atha kuononga ziweto komanso zomera za munda ndipo pazifukwa zimene itha kupangisa kuti mudera mukhale njala. Anthu olemera atha kukwanisa kukagula zakudya madera ena ndikubweretsa pamene osauka sangakwanise kukagula zakudya madera ena ndikubweretsa kapena olemera omwe atha kukagula zakudya madera ena ndikutibweretsa ndikumazagulitsa mudera mwawo momodula kwambiri zimene zitha kupangisa kuti azilemera kwambiri azawazungu osauka kwambiri.
It is clear from what children are experiencing that the climate crisis is a child's rights crisis. But the children are hopeful for a better future.
And then they said, hey, I guess this is how I'm going to be looking. Killer than the way I'm looking now. And then I want to be the CEO of a certain company, my own company, not someone's company. And over here, I'll be wearing a Save the Children t-shirt coming from a meeting where I was inspiring the younger ones. I'll be 53 years old. I'll have a six-pack, as you can see. Huge muscles. And I'll be a surgeon with my own hospital. And right here, they're calling me to the United States of America, where I'm going to ride a plane.
The children believe climate change action is urgent.
There'll be limited destruction of environment if we have ICT flows in Malawi. We also have global waste management. As the waste are regularly disposed in suitable places, it will lead to reducing accumulation of gases in the atmosphere.
If a forest does not have any fire breaks and someone has accidentally maybe set a bushfire, the whole forest can be burned down. So this making of fire breaks is important because it conserves trees.
Tizivanga prime chemicals yoyenerera mthaka kuti asale ononge nthaka yathu kuti alibwese federal soil.
This is the new vision of our new Malawi 2063. Achieving that 2063, our new Malawi. This is the border which is flowing down the highland. It involves so many effects. So, as we children have decided to innovate a storm board which will control the flow of water. The storm board will separate the water from the area which we have drawn over here. It's a village. So, this village will be protected from excessive water. And if rain also falls over here in a high level, the trees are going to be able to control the flow of the water and there won't be any floods. So this is the vision of our new Malawi as we, the children of Malawi, have planned.
Wow, what an inspiring story. Wasn't that beautiful, ladies and gentlemen? I can see most of you are on your laptops. I don't know if you're still engaging or sourcing information on the same discussion, but I'd like to invite you to be present, not just physically, but let's engage and be really present in the moment so that we have a good time coming up with the responses to some of the issues the children were raising in those documentaries. Thank you so much for sharing that with us. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we'll be starting momentarily as the guest of honor will be coming in shortly. Therefore, I will engage you to go on, talk, get to know each other. If you're sitting close to someone you always work with, make a deliberate effort to move and talk to someone you don't know. That's another reason why we're here. Get to know someone. There are colleagues from South Africa, from Kenya, from other regions. We can always interact and have fun. And once again, I'd like to welcome those of you joining us virtually on Zoom, and Facebook, YouTube, and even those of you that are here. You can also encourage others to join Facebook at CISONEC. On YouTube, they can also follow by searching at CISONEC. Otherwise, enjoy, relax. We'll officially be starting soon. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, the Honorable Minister, Dr. Michael Osi, will be joining us shortly. And before he comes, allow me to acknowledge the partners that have worked with CISONEC to make this conference a success. The government of Malawi, Civil Society Network on Climate Change, the Scottish Government, Scottish Catholic International Aid Fund, Irish Aid, Pan-African Climate Justice Alliance, PACJA, Trocare Malawi, Action Aid Malawi, Save the Children Malawi, Care Malawi, Christian Aid Malawi, Concern Worldwide, Habitat for Humanity, Give Directly, Pelham Association, and Oxfam. Ladies and gentlemen, we can give a round of applause to all these organizations for making this happen, that we can have the African Regional Dialogue on Loss and Damage. Thank you once again.
ina chilichonse palibe chimene chinatulutsa ife zonse zinapita ndi madzi chimanga ndilibe zinapita mbuzi zimene zinatani zinapita madzi asanabwere timakwanisa kukapanga ganyu kutali ndikumapetako chakudya chale chonchi apa zikulephereka chifukwa chikuti mmene mukapanga ife ganyu muonongekaso
ndandikhoza kuti simapulira bwinobwino kushukuru mbera siyaso zikulu
Ongea maji hasa kusikia kuna mafuzi yangu. Zindiza mbili na pia mazi. Makope, mind foam. Za kuja na pesa. Ipeana makapo tukisoa zambi.
Angana pulange Nuvana Zakuja Nakope Sopo achapi Parara Yesu Sopo Tanzolo lifunika mwachangu
ina chilichonse palibe chimene chinatulutsa ife zonse zinapita ndi madzi chimanga ndilibe zinapita mbuzi zimene zinatani zinapita madzi asanabwere timakwanisa kukapanga ganyu kutali ndikumapetako chakudya chale chonchi apa zikulephereka chifukwa chikuti mmene mukapanga ife ganyu muonongekaso
ndandikhoza kuti simapulira bwinobwino kushukuru mbera siyaso zikulu
Ongea maji hasa kusikia kuna mafuzi yangu. Zindiza mbili na pia mazi. Makope, mind foam. Za kuja na pesa. Ipeana makapo tukisoa zambi.
Angana pulange Nuvana Zakuja Nakope Sopo achapi Parara Yesu Sopo Tanzolo lifunika mwachangu
Ladies and gentlemen, just wanted to request that we settle down because now the Minister of Natural Resources and Climate Change, as well as Her Excellency, the former president, will be coming in shortly. Those of you standing on the foyer, please make your way inside the auditorium so that we're settled. Thank you very much.
mavula inayamba ndipo inavumba kwa 3 days. Nthawi imene tinkati tiyambe kuthawa inali too late, madzi atipeza kale. Moti katundu inache anakokoloka ni madzi.
Madzi anatikhuza chifukwa maphunziro anga anasika pasi chifukwa madzi amene anakabwera anali ngati manyumba onse anthu anabira, ndiye anthu opochoka amapita msukulu zomwe ife timaphunzira.
Targeting over 1,000 households, and within these households, making sure that children that are under the age of 5, those women that are pregnant but also lactating, receive the various support.
Timaphunzira za mmene tingathesere nkhaza, timaphunzira kuti nkhaza ndi chani, nkhaza ingabwere motani, kodi ufulu wa mwana umaonongeka pakutani. Timaphunzira ndizonga zimenezi. Timakhala ndi nthawi yambiri yokumana monga ana amozi. Ebe timatha kumakambirana tinkhaza tomwe tikumakumana nato, ndipo timatha kumasova. Kuchudwa ndikona ndapindula kuchifukwa timakhala wankhawa nthawi zambiri kuti zimene zitha bwanji. Kumatitamba kuphunzira kuchudwa ndikona takwanisa nkhawa zimene kuziseva kukhala opanda nkhawa. Ndipo pakale pano pali kusangalala.
Mmene wangu wamba bungwe limene ndikuona kuti akusangalala. Pati akabwera kusukulu kupita kumeneku, bwera kumeneku akuoneka mosangalala ndithu.
Remember this country about 46,000 it couldn't reach to all these households. So coming in will save the children. The council were relieved.
There's great satisfaction in us so far because since the cyclone Freddy happened, the people that have been targeting, we know, most especially children, that have had access to food, access to health and nutrition, access to water and sanitation, and also they have been protected from dangers like child trafficking or separation with their families. So far I would say so good, and we hope we'll continue to work with them to make sure that we now achieve long-term goals.
Climate crisis is no longer a distant threat. It is happening now, and it is affecting the realization of children's rights. Children in Malawi share their lived experiences.
Mvula ikafuna kugwa ikumagwa yambiri kukokololanso mwina zinthu anthu ife kumasala pa mavuto. Ana kumapita ni madzi, ife lomwe kumatha kupita ni madzi, zinthu zathu pa sukulu zinasokonekera. Mzanga amene anapita ni madzi zina lake ni Mere, pakati paja mvula inagwa, nyumba yakwawo inali yosalongosoka kwa sekeni, ndi anapeza zoti amathawa madzi, mkati mwa kuthawa madzi aja anabwera ambiri anakokoloka mpaka pano kuti Yesu amadziwika.
Madzi amene anabwera mchakachi anabwera madzi ochuluka kwambiri, moti manyumba anthu, mbewu za anthu zatha kupita ni madzi.
Moti ukabwera ujeni mvulete umathawa zoti madzi akusefukira, ndiye ujeni zipangizo zophunzira zoti zapita ndi madzi, even ngakhale m'makomo kumene anthu ifeyo chakudya chimapita ndi madzi, manyumba athu nkugumuka kumaso pokhala.
Kumbali so ya magrasings athu mata mwina mphepo yonso yobzolera amene imabwerera kale, imathanso kuti choseya malata athu komanso mwina maofesi a aphunzitsi athu amataso mwina so kuchoka samalala mabuku so mwina kunyowa ngeti mapya kuti tingaphunzira.
Anthu opeza bwino ndi anthu ovutika amakhuzidwa mosiyana pa nkhani za nyengo monga nthawi ya mvula kusefukira kwa madzi. Anthu ovutika nyumba zawo zimagwa msanga ndipo moti katundu awo amapopoloka ndipo amasowa pokhala, pomwe anthu opeza bwino nyumba zawo sizigwa moti mophwekayi ndiponso olo zidakhala kuti munazagwa amatha opeza ndalama ndi kukagula katundu, pomwe ngati ali ovutika kuti apange survive kuti apesenso ndalama kuti akayambire kugula katundu zimakhala zovuta.
Pali kugwirizana kwa pakati pa kusintha kwa nyengo ndi kapezedwe ka makomo, chifukwa ngati anthu mutadula mitengo kwambiri mdera zimene zimapangisa zokuti mvula isamagwe kwambiri komanso kusefukira kwa madzi kumene madzi akasefukira atha kuononga ziweto komanso zomera za munda. Ndipo pa zifukwa zimene itha kupangisa kuti mudera mukhale njala. Anthu olemera atha kukwanisa kukagula zakudya madera ena ndi kubweretsa, pamene osauka sangakwanise kukagula zakudya madera ena ndi kubweretsa, kapena olemera omwe atha kukagula zakudya madera ena ndi kuzibweretsa ndi kumazagulitsa mudera mwawo momodula kwambiri zimene zitha kupangisa kuti azilemera kwambiri azawazungosauka kwambiri.
It is clear from what children are experiencing that the climate crisis is a child's rights crisis. But the children are hopeful for a better future.
I guess this is how I'm going to be looking. Killer than the way I'm looking now. And then I want to be the CEO of a certain company, my own company, not someone's company. And over here, I'll be wearing a Save the Children t-shirt coming from a meeting where I was inspiring the younger ones. I'll be 53 years old. I'll have a six-pack, as you can see. Huge muscles. And I'll be a surgeon with my own hospital. And right here, they're calling me to the United States of America, where I'm going to ride a plane.
The children believe climate change action is urgent.
There will be limited destruction of environment if we have ICT flows in Malawi. We also have global waste management. As the waste are regularly disposed in suitable places, it will lead to reducing accumulation of gases in the atmosphere.
If a forest does not have any fire breaks and someone has accidentally maybe set a bushfire, the whole forest can be burned down. So this making of fire breaks is important because it conserves trees.
Tizivanga apply chemicals yoyenerera mutaka kuti asale unonge mtaka yathu kuti alipwese the soil.
This is the new vision of our new Malawi 2063. Assuming that 2063 is our new Malawi. This is the order which is flowing down the highland. It involves so many effects. So, as we children have decided to innovate a storm board which will control the flow of water. The storm board will separate the water from the area which we have drawn over here. It's a village. So, this village will be protected from excessive water. And if rain also falls over here in a high level, the trees are going to be able to control the flow of the water and there won't be any floods. So this is the
Ladies and gentlemen, may we all rise?
The children of Malawi have planned.
We may be seated. Her Excellency, Dr. Joyce Banda, former President of the Republic of Malawi, and Pan-African champion for loss and damage. Honorable Minister of Natural Resources and Climate Change, Dr. Michael Usi. Dr. Yusuf Mkungula, Principal Secretary, Natural Resources and Climate Change. Madam Taonga Mbale Luka, Director of the Environmental Affairs. Mr. Peter Chimangeni, Director of the Department of Disaster Management Affairs, and all government officials here present. Madam Lucem Tiratira, Director of the Department for Climate Change and Meteorological Services. Dr. Mitika Mwenda, Executive Director of the Pan-African Climate Justice Africa, PACJA. Dr. Augustine Njamshi, Chair, Political and Technical Committee, PACJA Board. Dr. James Murombezi, Officer in Charge, Economic Commission for Africa. Ms. Wamoyu Manyara, Country Director, Trocare. Mr. Julius Ngoma, National Coordinator for Civil Society Network on Climate Change. Distinguished participants, members of the media, the audience following us virtually on Zoom, YouTube, and Facebook, welcome. We gather here today, ladies and gentlemen, to confront the elephant in the room, that is climate change. The primary objective of this dialogue is to assess the decisions made at COP28 and their impact on governance, technical supports, and funding for loss and damage action. Malawi has not been spared from loss and damage, evident in the devastation left by cyclones Anna, Gombe, Idai, and Freddy, whose effects still linger. The recent flooding in Kota and Mangochi, alongside the ongoing dry spells, are a stark reminder of the urgency of the conversation we're about to have today. Your Excellency, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, my name is Kate Kujaliwa, and I'll be your moderator this morning. Without further ado, Your Excellency, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it is my singular honor this morning to invite Mr. Gift Numeri, Board Chairperson of the Civil Society Network on Climate Change, to give his opening remarks, who will be followed by Ms. Wamoyu Manyara, Country Director of Trocare, who will also give her remarks. Mr. Numeri, the floor is yours. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Your Excellency, Dr. Joyce Banda, former President of the Republic of Malawi, who is also the Pan-African champion for loss and damage, Honorable Minister of Natural Resources and Climate Change, Dr. Michael Usi, Dr. Yusuf Mkungula, the Principal Secretary in the Ministry of Natural Resources and Climate Change, Madam Taonga Mbale Luka, the Director of Environmental Affairs Department, Peter Chimangeni, Director of the Department of Disaster Management Affairs, and all government practitioners present here, Madam Lucen Tilatira, Director of Department of Climate Change and Meteorological Services, Dr. Mitika Mwenda, Executive Director of the Pan-African Climate Justice Africa, Dr. Augustine Njashi, Chair of Political and Technical Committee, PACJA Board, Dr. James Malombezi, Officer in Charge, Economic Affairs for Africa, Ms. Wamoyu Manyara, Country Director, Troca, Mr. Julius Ngoma, the National coordinator for Civil Society Network on Climate Change, media houses present here, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. First and foremost, Your Honor, I would like to welcome you, Your Excellency, for accepting to be the guest of honor at this important gathering. Together with the Minister, we don't take it for granted, considering and realizing that this is a very important period and a busy period in our country, where all the stakeholders would want to have an engagement with you. But for you to accept our invitation, we say thank you very much. And this is also a recognition of the fact that we take the issue of climate change at your heart. And this is a very important issue that you would want to take head on and address as the distinguished members of this nation. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. And I want to also, in a special way, to welcome our colleagues that have come far and wide from different countries to the warm heart of Africa. Yes, we have gathered here this morning to discuss about important issues of climate change, particularly on loss and damage, but that should not stop you to enjoy the warmth of this country, Malawi. So feel it welcome and enjoy your stay here, while we also want to learn from you regarding the issues of climate change and particularly loss and damage, because these are very important issues that as a nation we need to take head on, as a continent we need to take head on, and by the end of the day, together we should be able to succeed. Before we delve into the heart of our discussion this morning, Your Excellency, I wish to offer a brief introduction of the organization that is hosting us this morning, because some of you have heard about CISONEC, but you don't know about it. So this is my opportunity to introduce to you that Civil Society Network on Climate Change stands for as a beacon of advocacy and coordination in Malawi on issues of climate change and disaster risk management. It was established in 2008, and our network serves as a unified platform, bridging a gap between local communities and policymakers, advocating tirelessly for preservation of our environment and well-being of our people. We are glad to say here that, Your Excellency, you are also eligible to become a member because of initiatives that you're already taking in Malawi, but also in globally. We recognize your efforts in the area of climate change already. So you're welcome to join us, Your Excellency. As we convene here today, we are honored to be joined by esteemed guests who have demonstrated an unwavering dedication to the cause of climate change and environmental stewardship. Allow me, Your Excellency, to extend our warm welcome again to you, particularly as ambassador of goodwill and of loss and damage, because maybe people that are here might not be aware of that you are the ambassador of loss and damage. Dr. Banda's exemplary leadership during her tenure as the president of this country and continued advocacy in her current role serves as an inspiration to all of us, particularly the young women and young activists that would want to save their nation, because her Excellency has been serving this nation as a young woman, and she continued to serve as a state president, and she still continues when she retired as a president for this nation. So this is a very important thing that we need to recognize, Your Excellency. You're doing good for our nation, you're doing good for our continent. Your Excellency, we are also privileged to have with us the Honorable Minister of Climate Change and Natural Resources, Dr. Michael Ussi. It is a fact and undeniable fact, Your Excellency, that Dr. Ussi's steadfast leadership and vision have propelled Malawi forward in its effort to build climate resilience and sustainability. Under his guidance, Malawi has achieved significant milestones, including notable success at the COP28 that just happened in Dubai last year, which have positioned our nation as a key partner in the global fight against climate change. And Your Excellency, briefly, you recognize his effort that within a short period of time, when he has been appointed as a minister in this particular area, you said to him this morning that this is your favorite minister. And I can't agree more, because he has tried to push. Even if as a nation we can contribute so much, this issue of climate change, we need to work as a global community. But as a nation, I must confess that our minister has tried his best. And as civil society, I think we are proud of him. We are proud of his leadership and guidance. I was privileged to be with him in COP. And I was saying this morning that when the officials were preparing a speech for him to deliver at different side meetings, he would abandon the speeches. He would speak from the heart, meaning that the issue of climate change is at his heart. And I think his appointment to this ministry was not a mistake. Would want to leverage on that. Well, it's still the minister that as a nation must do more. And it should also have the same influence at the global level, at the regional level, because as a nation, we're sure that our voice can be heard through his tenure as a minister. And together with Your Excellency, I'm sure as a nation, we should be able to do more in this nation. But before I continue, it is important that to recognize that this event has been organized by a very well-dedicated young people with the leadership of Julius. May I just ask them to stand up wherever they are? Julius and your team that have put together this one, can you stand up and then we give them a round of applause? So I want to say thank you very much. It hasn't been easy to bring people from far and wide to come and have this dialogue this morning. We want to say thank you very much. And we know that this is not just the end, but this is the beginning of many dialogues that we want to have, because climate change, issues of loss and damage also, we need to amplify our voices. The dialogue must continue, to not just be ending here. Therefore, your efforts have not only ensured the smooth execution of this gathering, but also provided a platform for people from diverse backgrounds across the continent to come together and engage in a critical discussion at this pressing matter. Your dedication at advancing the dialogue on climate change and fostering collaboration underscores the importance of collective action in addressing climate change that we face today. Today, Your Excellency, as we confront escalating impacts of climate change, it is essential to recognize that the profound loss and damage experienced by communities across our continent is still there, and we must make sure that we take it head on. From the loss of lives and livelihoods, to the erosion of cultural heritage, to the toll of climate-induced disasters is struggling and unjust. Despite contributing minimally to the global greenhouse gas emissions, Africa, including Malawi, finds itself on the front lines of this crisis. And people are struggling, people are suffering, but our contribution to this crisis is very minimal. And we cannot just stay quiet. We need to amplify our voices that we are really struggling with the impacts of climate change, of which we are not capable of doing bad things. But amidst the adversity, there is hope. The dialogue presents an invaluable opportunity for all of us to come together, to amplify the voices of those affected, and to forge a collective action, a collective African narrative on loss and damage. We must advocate for robust financing mechanism at different levels in Africa, at the community level, at national level, at the regional level, and inclusive decision-making processes that prioritize the needs of our most vulnerable communities. Your Honor, the Santiago Network on Loss and Damage offers a promising avenue for mobilizing technical assistance, but it is imperative that it reflects the realities on the ground and is driven by the priorities of the developing nations like Malawi, Kenya, Zambia, South Africa, and so on and so forth. Our collective efforts must be rooted in principles of justice, equity, recognizing that the burden of climate change falls on the least responsible for its causes. In closing, Your Excellency, let us approach this dialogue with a sense of urgency and determination. Together, we can chart a course towards a more just and resilient future where no community is left behind. Our actions today will shape the world we live for the future generations. Therefore, as we confront the stark realities of loss and damage, let us remember that the greatest tragedy would be to resign ourselves from defeat. Instead, let us harness the power of collective action, innovation, compassion to build a future where no one is left behind and face the climate change head on. Finally, let me remind each one of us that resilience is not just about bouncing back, but bouncing forward, forging a path to a more sustainable and equitable future for all. Thank you once again, the organizers, Your Excellency, for making it to this event. I'm sure that your presence would add value to the discourse that we're going to have in a couple of days. Let us rise to the challenges before us, united in our communities to a better and more sustainable world for all. I thank you very much for your attention, Your Excellency. Thank you very much.
Indeed, thank you very much, Mr. Gift Nomeri. And he says our collective action must be rooted in principles of justice and equity in the spirit of leaving no one behind. Thank you very much. Your Excellency, distinguished participants, I would like now to invite Ms. Wamuyu Manyara, Country Director, Trocare. And I would also like to request that as they make the speech, please write on the protocols that have already been observed so that we redeem time. Thank you very much.
Your Excellency, Dr. Joyce Banda, and the Minister, as we have heard, all protocol observed. I will not mention all the names of the distinguished guests that are here, and just would like to welcome you. And I say good morning and welcome. You know, whether you're here in person or watching online, we are very happy that so many of you are taking the time to attend this important conference. On behalf of Trocare, the organizing team from CISONEC and all the partners that have been part of this organizing conference, I am pleased to be here with you this morning for the start of a 2.5-day African Region Dialogue on Loss and Damage. For those of you who may be unfamiliar with Trocare, I'll quickly share an overview of our work. We are a social justice organization working in partnership with local organizations and communities to tackle the root causes of poverty, injustice, and violence. We support people to use their own power to create positive and lasting change. We are an overseas development agency of the Catholic Church in Ireland and have supported programs in Malawi since 1976 with an establishment of a country office in 2007. Globally, Trocare provides humanitarian assistance and long-term support to communities in 16 countries across Africa, Asia, Latin America, and the Middle East. In Malawi, Trocare works across 3 thematic areas that are promoting climate and environmental justice, supporting women and girls' protection, voice and leadership, and saving lives and protecting human dignity. Since August 2022 to the end of this month, Trocare, together with our sister agencies, the Scottish International Aid Fund, that's SCIAF, and partner organizations, including Church Action in Relief and Development, CARD, who are here, Civil Society Network, of course, CISONEC, and Cadecom Zomba, have been implementing one of the first projects on loss and damage. This innovative action research project carried out in Sanje and Zomba districts, some of the most disaster-prone districts in Malawi, aimed to demonstrate how loss and damage funding can have an immediate and much-needed impact in Malawian communities. The project was made possible thanks to the groundbreaking first global funding on loss and damage by the Scottish government, which they pledged at the COP26 in Glasgow in 2021. We would like to acknowledge and thank the Scottish government for their crucial role in driving the loss and damage agenda and allowing us to carry out some of this work in Malawi. As we all know, climate change continues to cause widespread losses and damages across the globe, but with communities in the global south disproportionately affected. As extreme events become more severe, so do the losses and damages. With disaster-related events such as floods, cyclones, heat waves, droughts, and landslides leading to the loss of lives, livelihoods, culture, social identity, indigenous knowledge, biodiversity, land, and infrastructure, among other things. Climate-induced losses and damages have become a commonplace to Malawi and to the continent in general. As we know, the Horn of Africa is equally affected. As we know, we are currently experiencing an El Nino season, and the negative impact of it is it's having on food security throughout the country. And this follows on, as my colleague had mentioned, from the impacts of Cyclone Freddy, the longest cyclone on record that caused devastating destruction, including sweeping out entire communities in Malawi, while first impacting Madagascar and neighboring Mozambique. Many of the communities affected by El Nino and Cyclone Freddy have not yet recovered from the impacts of Cyclone Anna and tropical Cyclone Gombe of early 2022, showing how badly affected communities in Malawi have been by climate change. To date, very limited resources have been allocated to repair the damage caused by these occurrences. Climate-related loss and damage reveal the severe injustice where those who contribute the least to the cause of climate change receive the brunt of its effects. While there have been efforts to mitigate and adapt, the communities who are living in the front line of climate impact are reaching their limits of adaptation due to repeated shocks. Our learning from various climate resilience building programs, including this Scottish government-funded loss and damage project, indicate that though these efforts support participating communities to better adapt to the impacts of climate change and enabled them to avoid some of the worst impacts, the increased intensity and frequency of the extreme events means that within these communities, hard limits to adaptation are now being reached and breached too. For instance, Tropical Cyclone Freddy ravaged communities in urban areas that were previously not affected. A dike built in Zomba could not withstand the pressure and broke, flooding all the communities around it. So as we come together for these 2.5 days for this African dialogue on loss and damage, we reflect on the historical progress that was made in operationalizing loss and damage fund in COP 2028, which is a benchmark. While there's still a lot to be decided before we see first funds flow in this new loss and damage fund, the fund needs to be comprehensive and provide for rapid response, medium-term recovery, and slow onset of events. I would like to encourage us all to remember some of the following general principles in loss and damage actions, which should underpin the loss and damage fund. And we are calling it, sort of the third pillar of climate finance, in addition to mitigation and adaptation. Let's not forget the historical responsibility and the principle of the polluter pays. And this, of course, looks at the capacity of those responsible to pay. And we are looking at nations that have historically contributed the most towards climate change. Let's also not forget the grant-based finance. This is not about loans, it's about grants. It's about paying for damage that has been done. Let's not forget swift and direct access to funds and representation and participation in decision-making processes by affected communities, including women and other marginalized groups in these communities. Let's not forget to implement models that promote recipient ownership. And let's not forget that we are looking at new and additional funding, not replacements or relabeling of funds saying, taking this fund that was already allocated to Malawi or to agriculture or to whatever and saying, oh, let's use it for loss and damage. We're looking at new and additional funding. We are also looking at genuinely needs-based, adequate, predictable, and precautionary funding. We are not looking at only reacting, but predicting and putting in some funds as a precaution. We are looking at gender responsive and particularly human rights-based approaches. And very importantly, we are looking at transparency and accountability. As we all know, and we'll hear firsthand today from various actors, the impact of climate change has gendered impacts. Generally, women and girls are disproportionately affected, and protection risks increase during emergencies. As such, it is also very important that any funding and any proposed action around climate justice and loss and damage take a gender inclusive and gender responsive approach. It is our hope that this dialogue offers a platform to deliberate, share, and contribute to the processes on giving loss and damage the attention it deserves. Loss and damage is a climate justice issue. It's gender and sustainability development issue. We hope the inputs from this particular dialogue will inform processes of establishing funding mechanisms fit for purpose to support response efforts towards loss and damage. Once again, on behalf of TROCARE, we are looking forward to a great, informative, inspiring 2.5 days and full of commitment to sustainable action. Welcome and zikomo kwambiri. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Your Excellency, it is my honor this morning to also invite Mr. Charles Mwangi, Head of Programs, Pan-African Climate Justice Alliance, who will give his remarks, followed by Mr. Peter Chumangeni, Director of Recovery and Resilience, Department of Disaster Management Affairs.
Your Excellency, the former President of the Republic of Malawi, Dr. Joyce Bada, and who is also the Loss and Damage Ambassador for Africa, Honorable Dr. Michael Uzi, the Minister of Natural Resources and Climate Change of the Republic of Malawi, Madam Leah Wanamboa, who is a Senior Policy Officer from the African Union Commission, Dr. James Murobezi, Officer in Chief, Economic Commission for Africa from UNECA and our great partner, Mr. Gift Numeri, Board Chairperson of CISONEC, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good morning. And I dare ask you, what do you want? And when do you want it? Ladies and gentlemen, allow me first and foremost to thank Her Excellency Joyce Bada, who is not only the former President of Malawi, but our goodwill ambassador on loss and damage. Your Excellency, we are grateful for your accepting to be in this particular meeting upon our invitation. I also want to thank you for inviting us this morning to your residence, where we had some very, very deep conversation around this topic. But most importantly, I want to thank you for accepting the nomination we gave you to be the Loss and Damage Ambassador for Africa. I remember last year, after Loss and Damage Conference that we held in this very hall, we invited you to Nairobi. You came to our office. You came in as the goodwill ambassador for Cyclone Freddy, but you left Nairobi as the Loss and Damage Ambassador, and we are very grateful for that. We also want to congratulate you on your nomination to be in the committee for COP29. We have already started conversation with the government of Azerbaijan, where COP29 will be hosted. And as members of PACJA, our fraternity, we are really privileged to have you really also in that committee, because we know you carry the passion of African people and our issues in that conversation. So we are really privileged and grateful really to have you, Your Excellency. So ladies and gentlemen, we are gathered here yet again for the third time in 3 years for this very, very important agenda of our time, this agenda and this dialogue on loss and damage. We are living in critical times with the reality of climate change, which is actually threatening not only our survival as humanity, but the entire biodiversity. As IPCC continue warning us of the alarming rate at which the greenhouse gases are increasing and the projected adverse impact, and especially in the continent, we continue experiencing laxity, especially from the global community, and especially those high emitters, especially in dealing with this life-threatening challenge of our time. Available data indicates that we have to cut our emissions by a whopping 43% by 2030 if we are to manage our temperature rise below 1.5 degrees. Ironically, if you look at all the indices that have been submitted by countries across the globe, we are actually headed for a 2.7 degree trajectory, which will be devastating. Now, this means that we are likely to experience more severe impacts of climate change, and especially droughts and cyclones in this African region. I was chatting with the former president in the morning in her residence, and we are saying that as we are talking now, some people don't have roofs over their houses in this country. As we are talking now, the schools in South Sudan have been closed down because of heat waves. And we are told several people have already succumbed to heat waves. So these are just experiences that we are noting across Africa. And we are not yet at 1.2 degree temperature rise. So you can imagine if we achieve that 1.5 in 2030, the impacts of climate change will actually be irreversible. Ladies and gentlemen, the evidence on loss and damage in Africa is real in various sectors of our socio-economic development. The continent is particularly vulnerable to the impacts of climate change due to high dependence on climate-sensitive sectors such as agriculture, forestry, and fisheries. Droughts and floods, which have become common, have an impact on food security, water availability, and natural resources. And these impacts are exacerbated by the fact that African countries have limited resources to adapt to the impacts of climate change, and especially due to constrained, financial resources, inadequate infrastructure, and sometimes weak governance, systems, among others. Livelihoods in Africa are underpinned almost entirely by the little available water, agricultural lands and rangelands, natural resources, and current practices and usage are also threatening to become unsustainable. Existing coping mechanisms and safety nets are heavily reliant on natural resource base, and livelihoods are actually seriously at risk at the projected climate change. This reality necessitates action to deal decisively with climate change, and before it is too late, before we reach that 1.5 degree temperature rise. Ladies and gentlemen, you will recall that we held the first dialogue on loss and damage under this particular partnership with Seasonec and other partners in this city, and that was last year but one in 2022. Now, this was done at the height of spirited advocacy across Africa and indeed across the world on establishment of loss and damage facility. And I do vividly remember the solemn mood in the hall when women from Mozambique and from Malawi, deep in the villages, came forward and shared their devastating, stories, their deep stories of how they lost their livelihoods, of how they actually lost even lives of some of their relatives. And you can imagine how the situation was that in that particular conference. And I'm glad to say that one of the outcomes of that workshop was really a clarion call, especially to the parties to UNFCCC, to fast-track negotiations on establishment of loss and damage, funding mechanism. Now we are glad that at least a decision was passed at COP27, where we now have, or we had a decision on establishment of loss and damage facility. However, we were cognizant of the fact that a decision alone was not enough, and that we needed to have the loss and damage facility operationalized. This is why we organized a symposium last year, which was a second symposium, and we held it in this very venue. And at least through our intervention, because we came up with a communique, we came up with a statement that we were able to forward, to the Transitional Committee on Loss and Damage. And I remember we even made a follow-up during the SB 58 in Bonn, where we had a sitting with the chair of the Transitional Committee on Loss and Damage, and we were able to push through, and raise the urgency of operationalization of loss and damage, facility. We are glad last year in Dubai, the first decision really that was made in that conference was to operationalize loss and damage. But ladies and gentlemen, we celebrate this more with cautiously because it is clear in our minds that a lot more needs to be done, and especially in ensuring that that fund that was established is well resourced. Clearly, between 700 and 800 million US dollars that was committed really is a drop in the ocean, and we must call for more. We were chatting with the president in the morning, and the information that was coming through is that Malawi alone needs, I think, around 90 or so, billion US dollars to actually deal with the previous impacts of cyclones, not even to prepare for the upcoming ones, but just to prepare and to compensate the people that were affected last year. And that is Malawi alone. We have the whole global south that is in dire need, of this particular kind of support. And therefore, 800 million committed really is a drop in the ocean. And therefore, this necessitated, again, our coming together to continue pushing for operationalization of that particular fund. But again, to ensure that how that fund is also administered remains, very relevant to our people. The access modalities must be clear, and we don't want another GCF where you apply for resources today, and it takes 3 years for you to even get that particular feedback. So, ladies and gentlemen, this war cannot be won if we work in isolation. And therefore, we must join forces as we forge forward. And in this regard, I want to appreciate all the partners that are involved in planning for this particular event. But most importantly, also to recognize Seasonec, which is Structure Platform for Malawi, really for spearheading this particular process. But in a special way, I would want to thank UNECA really for working with us, and African Union Commission. When you see those two faces there, you understand this is a Pan-African workshop. It is a Pan-African dialogue, and we're grateful for your support. I want to thank you again, Your Excellency, for being part of this particular wonderful team. And we really bank on your experience. We bank on your passion, because you're really passionate about this particular topic in really pushing forward this agenda. So thank you so much, and I wish you all a very, very fruitful deliberation.
Thank you very much. Your Excellency, a minor correction. Instead of Mr. Peter Chimangeni, allow me to invite Ms. Leah Wanamba, Senior Policy Officer, Africa Union Commission, to give her remarks. And she will be followed by Dr. James Murombezi, Officer in Charge, Economic Commission of Africa. Thank you, Your Excellency.
Thank you, moderator, and good morning, everybody. So I know what to not to go with the full list of the protocol, but I will not fail to recognize Your Excellency Dr. Joyce Banda, and former President of the Republic of Malawi, and also our Pan-African champion for loss and damage. For some reason, I did not have this information earlier. We would have already kidnapped and moved her to Addis Ababa to already start championing this cause. Because for every initiative that we have, we do need champions. We know we have the committees of African heads of states and government, which is championed by country X and Y. We have champions for agriculture. And I'm really pleased to learn that we do have a champion for loss and damage. And we look forward to engaging with your office to take this very important and crucial agenda, not just for Africa, but also other other developing countries. So we thank you again, Patja, for that. Honorable Minister, Dr. Michael Uzi, Minister for Natural Resources and Climate Change for the Republic of Malawi. And also I would like to take a special recognition of Mr. Evans, our chairperson for the LDC group, who is also here. So thank you again to the organizers for inviting the African Union Commission to participate in this very important forum. It's the second forum we are participating this year in, which is organized, let's call it, by a different set of stakeholders. Because as you know, for the African Union, the stakeholders are just government to government. So there's very little exchange to know what other institutions and organizations out there, civil society, are doing. We also want to thank our hosts, the government and the people of Malawi, for the warm, very warm hospitality and friendly faces that we've seen since we arrived yesterday. So my name is Leah, and I'm representing the African Union Commission, and specifically the Directorate of Sustainable Environment and Blue Economy, where I'm working as a climate change policy officer. So our role here is basically to listen to what you have to say, to learn where the gaps and challenges are, where we need to put in our efforts as a region, and what we really need to champion. So this platform is really important for us, and that's why we had to put aside everything. And my director said, "You're going, even if it means dragging everybody down there to Malawi." It's hopefully not the last one of a series of events. As I said, this topic is relatively new, though we had been pushing for it, and now we have a fund, and we are yet to figure out the works and spans within it, how Africa is going to benefit or not benefit. Will it be another struggle? We have seen examples of funds that come, we are not able to access through their technicalities and other form of, let's call them administrative procedures, which are put to ensure that we don't really access the funds the way we need to. I know there will be a big competition to decide who gets and who doesn't, but we are hoping that through a unified voice, when we speak with one voice, I think we'll be able to all get what we are trying to get out of this. As you know, for the continent, the discussions on climate change are led by the Committee of African Heads of States and Government on Climate Change. It's a 12-member committee committee, with some of the members being on rotational basis and others who are permanent members in it. And this particular body, of course, works and provides guidance to the African Ministers of Environment who work and in collaboration with the African Group of Negotiators on Climate Change. So the African Group of Negotiators on Climate Change have been the voice for the continent on all the negotiations, including these issues of loss and damage. Of course, they are not there alone. We have our very good support network from our scientists, academia, as well as the civil society organizations. Who also continue to champion the cause for Africa, also remind us when we are being tricked or not tricked. So the whole process where we are having the continent being very actively involved in these forums, especially the climate negotiation processes, has supported and helped us to know exactly what we need to do, but also to ensure that our voices are not lost. So we urge our groups who have been very active in these processes to keep the voice up, keep the volume up, and also to ensure that at the end of the day, we are representing our priorities, the continent's interests. Of course, we have other regional platforms or climate events. We have our very famous, the Climate Change for Development conferences, which are held every year and which feed into the climate talks and as well as to influence a little bit on the negotiations. The outcomes are submitted to the African Union. They are submitted also to Africa Day at the COP, just to ensure that the voices which are beyond the government spaces are also reach where they need to reach. We also have a regional fora like the Africa Climate Summit. The first one was held last year, and we are hoping that next year we'll also have a host to keep the momentum on. I think those kinds of platforms provide opportunities for Africa to discuss its priorities as a continent. Of course, to be able to effectively engage, we need to build our capacities within the governments, capacities in our own institutions, in our regional economic communities, and at all levels of government. Because without these capacities, we are not able to assess or address and respond to any challenges which are coming in relations either to the negotiations, but also to the actual impacts caused by loss and damage caused by climate change. We have frameworks and systems in place. For example, we have early warning systems and early action facilities, if you want to call them that. For example, at the African Union, you have the Africa Multi-Hazard Early Warning System and Early Action Office, which is looking at impacts and the risks coming from disasters. We also have the disaster risk reduction programs. So of course, we have all these frameworks and also activities which are going on at the both regional and national level programs. Is just how to ensure that they are actively contributing to what they need us to work on. We also need to strengthen our collaboration. I think the speaker, Charles, mentioned that we cannot do anything alone. It's really difficult. Navigating all the spaces needs strong partnerships and collaboration, not just within our regions and our continent, but also collaboration with other countries in our region, but also internationally and globally. And that's where we have to mobilize resources and funding And once we have mobilized these resources, we need to make sure that it is effectively used to support our vulnerable communities. Because sometimes the funding comes, but doesn't get to where it's supposed to go to. Then it would have been a lot of hard work for no real benefits to the most vulnerable that actually needs this. We have seen successes that come when we work together as a region. For example, I can see the time is running. We have the Africa multi-country readiness programs, which have been designed at the Commission to raise some resources for countries through the GCF. So when you're doing joint resource mobilization, there's a higher chance, and you reduce because for example, if you're going to design a program, it's the same effort to design one at country level as for 15 countries. So the costs are less in the form of design, and then the benefits is higher because you're going to approach these bodies as a group as opposed to going individually. And as I conclude, Madam Moderator, of course, again, encourage everyone to participate in these relevant platforms and fora where we advocate for our voices, and to remind everyone that at the African Commission, we are really here to listen, learn, and take home what you need us to take home so we know what to champion and advocate for. Thank you, and apologies for the long.
Thank you very much. Dr. James Murombezi is our next speaker, Your Excellency. Thank you.
Your Excellency, former President of the Republic of Malawi, Dr. Joyce Banda, Honorable Michael Usi, Minister for Natural Resources and Climate Change, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed. I speak on behalf of the African Climate Policy Center of the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa. I am not the officer in charge of ECA. Ladies and gentlemen, climate change, as we all know, has contributed to resource scarcity, food insecurity due to low yields or failed harvests, prolonged droughts, regular floods, wildfires, locust invasions, and a rise in the disease burden of Africa, particularly, but of all of the world. Extreme climate events have devastated the little infrastructure that we have on the continent of Africa, and we at ECA estimate that climate change costs African economies between 2% and 15% of their GDPs at current levels of impact, and this could increase if we reach the projected impacts of 3 or more degrees. And this in addition to numerous non-economic and intangible losses occurred by climate change related events. Many people in Africa are directly and indirectly affected by weather and climate and water related hazards, with more than $8.5 billion in economic damages and 5,000 fatalities related to climate change recorded in 2022 alone. 3% of African GDP could be lost to climate change loss and damage by 2050 in a 3.0 degrees warming world. Further, Africa's fragile states face governance challenges, instabilities, and other social ills which are bound to be exacerbated by climate change. The continent is already characterized by conflicts over scarce resources, by mass unrest in urban areas due to failing economies, and we are also experiencing rife poverty because of unsustainable debt burdens and unfavorable terms of trade. Climate impacts mean that these social ills and economic challenges will in fact be exacerbated and reinforced by extreme climate events. Poverty and inequality are already rife because of the debt burden and unsustainable exploitation of our natural resources. And all these are also worsening at perceptible rates. Africa's vulnerabilities to climate change are also due to its weak institutions, as well as to structural issues due to its historically inequitable articulation into the global financial, economic, and governance systems. Africa's economies, as we know, are predominantly agrarian, depending mostly on nature-based tourism, on agriculture, and on fishing, which are all highly vulnerable to climate impacts. The low levels of industrialization of this continent, coupled with climate impacts on its climate-dependent sectors, are resulting in rural displacement and unemployed migration into urban areas. Africa is in fact now experiencing the highest rates of urbanization in the world. But this migration is into unemployment in urban areas because of the lack of sufficient industrialization. So due to this absence of industrialization, our cities in Africa are becoming largely sprawling shanty towns without commensurate social amenities, securities, or even dignity for most of the inhabitants. These are all areas that are also very affected by climate impacts. As we have seen earlier this morning, for instance, many of the images of flooding, of the destruction of infrastructure, and so on, are in fact representing destructions that are occurring in our informal settlements in urban areas. So, as the first global stocktake concluded in 2023 noted, we are on track for nearly 3 degrees of warming by 2050. This means that climate impacts are going to worsen and our continent's vulnerabilities will be exacerbated. So, for example, we are seeing already that February 2024, this last February, has been declared the hottest February ever recorded in Southern Africa since record keeping began. This means that dealing with loss and damage has never been more urgent. The United Nations Economic Commission for Africa has prioritized loss and damage and addressing loss and damage for many years now. In 2013, ECA developed a model-based methodology for assessing loss and damage. The model uses the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change projected warming pathways to predict climate impacts and to model the predicted levels of damage of those impacts. The ECA has also continued to support the African group of negotiators by providing key data on climate impacts on economic productivity, on agriculture, on infrastructure, and so on. For example, after Cyclone Idai in Southern Africa, we worked with Malawi, Mozambique, and Zimbabwe to assess the damage, but also to support climate-informed building better planning. After the launch of the Loss and Damage Fund at COP28, ECA is now working to update the 2013 forecasting model with the aim of using this model to assist countries to climate-proof their economies and societies from the worst impacts of climate change, but also to evaluate and assess unavoidable losses and damages. UNECA will also contribute to building the capacity building efforts in the region in the context of the Africa Union-led climate change strategy. The UNECA is also supporting ongoing efforts to reform the global financial institutions with a view to freeing up resources for investment in sustainable development and building resilience to climate change. ECA has been at the forefront of supporting the development of innovative mechanisms to support financial mobilization, mechanisms such as debt for nature swaps, debt for climate swaps, green and blue bonds, and so on, which are all aimed at mobilizing finance for investment in climate action in African member states. Through its African Climate Policy Center, which I represent, ECA will also support African countries to integrate climate change into their national development strategies and plans through the elaboration of their next generation of nationally determined contributions, the NDC 3.0, which we know is due for submission to the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change by February 2025. We are developing a framework to support African states to develop their NDC 3.0 that are more organically reflective of national priorities and realities, that are properly costed to include available and accessible finance, and are developed through inclusive participatory processes that leave no one behind. In fact, from the 20th to the 24th of April, the ECA will be hosting the Africa Regional Forum on Sustainable Development, ARFSD, which assesses progress towards the achievement of its sustainable development goals. As part of ARFSD, we are going to be convening the first meeting of African UNFCCC focal persons to begin the process of defining the development of the next generation of NDCs. And we're sure that all the countries of the continent will be represented in that process. We are cognizant that climate change-induced losses and damages will predictably accelerate for the foreseeable future, and therefore we view this consultative process led by the government of Malawi, civil society, and all the organizations that were mentioned previously, and under the patronage of Your Excellency, Dr. Banda. We view this as a crucial component of Pan-African initiatives and efforts to address climate change. And in this regard, UNECA remains committed to support African member states, including our civil society and all stakeholders in their climate responses in the context of our Africa Union's climate change strategy. We would like to extend our gratitude to you, Dr. Banda, the government of the Republic of Malawi, and all their partners involved in convening and hosting this dialogue. I thank you all.
Thank you very much indeed for those remarks. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my esteemed privilege to introduce our next speaker, a distinguished advocate whose dedication to Malawi and Africa knows no bounds. Her leadership in climate change response and mitigation efforts stands as a beacon for inspiration. Your Excellency, it is with great honor that I invite you to deliver a keynote address. Thank you, Your Excellency.
Morning, may we be seated? Wish to appeal to the organizers to next time remember that some of us are on the 7th floor and therefore can't walk long distances. Honorable Minister, Dr. Yusuf Nkungula, allow me to rush through this. Madam Tiwonge Mbale, Sir Peter Chimangeni, Madam Lucent Radira, Dr. Mitika Mwenda, Dr. Augustine Njamusi, Dr. James Murombezi, Ms. Wamuyu Munyara, Mr. Julius Ngoma, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. It's a bad day for me as a climate justice champion for Africa. Because when I woke up this morning, I got a call from Carter Bay to say my house is blown off. As I'm speaking to you now, my husband is on his way to Carter Bay. So climate change is real. And climate justice is a must. We don't have any choice. And I'm sorry that having been blessed with all the positions all the way to the top to State House, I have no apologies to make. I'll name it as it is. It is my greatest pleasure to be among fellow champions like yourselves, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Honorable Minister, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I'm pleased to join this important gathering and officially open the meeting at this climate justice inflection point. Malawi and Africa, particularly Sub-Saharan Africa, continues to be battered by unpredictable weather, drought, floods, mudslides in case of excessive rains, and lately increased occurrences of tropical cyclones. Climate change and its accompanying effects have become a major contributor to Africa's worsening poverty. And distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we've listened to brilliant speeches this morning with all statistics accompanying them. I will just tell you stories. I'll tell you what is real and what is on the ground. I will not bother you with any statistics when we have experts around who have already made those speeches. But I just wanted to say that I come to this meeting very angry, and we should all be angry. And I'm thankful that I have a minister who understands my position. And I'm truly grateful for the support my ministry in this country and the whole government gives those of us who have decided that we shall raise our voices on behalf of those that cannot. Last year, I was a keynote speaker in Baku at the Baku Global Summit. And they gave me this same topic. And there were a lot of people from the West in that meeting. And so I decided that I was going to deliver a speech the way I feel. And so I went into the history. I told them about how we had been colonized for 75 years, how they had looted our continent of our natural resources, how they had industrialized, and how they had emitted the fumes and the emissions and came back, that have come back to hurt us. And my question to them was, why is Africa paying for sins that did not commit? Why? And so, for me, what I'm advocating for, I don't want to waste your time, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, speeches have already been given. But I want to advocate for action and action now. We've been talking for such a long time. And since I do understand and respect the bureaucracy and all the procedures that have to be taken, that it must take 5 years to just decide who is going to get loss and damage, that we must have task forces to discuss who should be given money, I am advocating for small fires, setting small fires across the continent. Because, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, African communities cannot wait. We can't wait. I was in Baku last year, around the same time, to attend the Baku Global Summit where I spoke. I finished giving this contentious speech. I got to my hotel, I look at my phone, the cyclone has hit Malawi. Thousands of people have died. I went running back to the airport, rushed back home. And distinguished ladies and gentlemen, what I saw last year changed me for the rest of my life. And by the way, Mr. Numero, I have no other discussions right now. My discussions are climate justice. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, this is what matters. Politics can stay. For me, I'm on this platform, and you and me are partners. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I've stood there and watched a whole village swept away. Actually seeing them like this and going and never to come back. I have gone to a village in Mulanje and found a woman laughing Bwanja mai. You know, I left my house. When I came back, the house was no longer there. So I don't know where my 5 children and husband are. No, but I look at the official, she's laughing. So obviously, what we are missing in those areas is the mental effect, the mental illness. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we have work to do in climate justice. Because we have to address what we are losing, we have to address homelessness, we have to address hunger, but we may overlook mental effects of what is going on in their families. There's no way you are going to lose 5 members of your family and laugh. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I've therefore spent the last 12 months. I decided, nobody forced me. 12th April was my birthday. So I issued a statement. I said, anybody who loves me, who buys me chocolate every year and flowers. This year I don't want flowers and chocolate. I want cement and iron sheets. And I have turned around 2 villages. If you have time, come and see. Why am I saying this? That you can transform the life of a Malawian, not by just waiting for government or by waiting for the global community, because they will never come. They are setting up committees and task forces and boards for 5 years. But we can touch one life at a time. Can I call upon fellow Malawians in this room that go and do one little thing for somebody who is affected? Why do I say this? Because there are 250,000 houses that were swept away. So those people left their villages and they're living in camps, and they're still in those camps today. If I went around the tables and say, what have you done for one person who is in a camp? Sometimes they look the other way, sometimes they shout at me, but it's a fact. If the system is not supporting us, then we must find alternatives. So what I said in Baku is that there is no time for the blame game. I can't go about screaming at all white people and saying, oh, global north, you did this to global south and we are suffering. I can just call upon them to partner with those of us in this room who are interested to address the situation of those that are paying prices for what they didn't do. Fortunately for me, I identified an organization called I Rise Homes, and an organization that we formed here in Malawi called the Community Development Initiative. We partnered and we looked for a third partner, which is a community. I have convinced myself that while the international community and everybody are busy forming procedure, looking at procedures, we will reach a community at a time. And so I have convinced myself that I should establish what I call smart villages. And so a smart village for me is one that has solid modern houses, clean energy, environmental management, clean water, food and nutrition security, microfinance and agribusiness, a school, a clinic, a church, or a mosque. That's a smart village for me. So with this partner, we went and started that pilot project. But we realized that we needed government in that mix for us to be able to achieve, to get land, to convince the people. We needed government to join as a fourth partner. So what we had was 4 partners, equal partners, the most important partner being the community itself that was ready through its chiefs to transform their lives. We went in. Before then, I visited UNEP. And at UNEP, they told me what they were seeing, what we needed to see. What was key at that time was that we must support villages to build resilience and be prepared for these calamities. And we can learn from Mozambique because the last Freddy hit Mozambique first before us, but we paid a heavier price because they were more prepared for disaster than we were. And so learning from one another in the region and transferring this knowledge to the communities. So you know why Pan-African Alliance for Justice, for Climate Justice, why I said this is my favorite minister. It is because it is at that point that we engaged him. So when we found a partner, government stepped in, provided the land and all the legal requirements. The community was ready to transform itself. We facilitated, we brought in everybody together as community development initiative. For the first time in that community, they harvested 40 bags of maize per household from 5 bags. From the work that we have already laid a foundation stone to build a clinic. When in COP28, we're looking for projects in Africa to recognize, that project became the best project in Africa. And so it was Malawi, me and my minister went to receive that award, Namibia and Rwanda. Why am I saying this? It may look so small, but I'm just thinking to myself that what is it that we must do as champions for climate justice while we are waiting for the global community to do what they should do, is to reach one community at a time. If there's nothing else you will take out from here, you should say Joyce Banda came and she was advocating for one community at a time. This past week, I've just been to Baku again for the Baku Global Summit. And while I was there, that is when they also announced that they have been appointed to host the next COP29 in Azerbaijan. And they have put together a committee of 25 people. And so I don't know why they have brought in a climate justice champion to that committee, because I will make the most noise and I'll be a nuisance, because we have no choice. I am just so proud of the Pan-African Climate Justice Alliance, because you woke me up. I was doing my little work at my own corner, but when you invited me to Nairobi, you showed me how huge this problem is. And I told you that I'm signing up right away. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I wanted to say that having said this, my speech shall be available for distribution. But I wanted to get towards the end of my speech and to say, I am 74 years of age. From age 1 to age 40, I never heard about climate change. Nobody talked about climate change. So since Rio, Brazil, is 30 years, isn't it? So that those that were lucky to be born in that year are 30 years old. They are adults. They have families. Why has nothing happened? Why has the situation of climate change not changed for the people of this global south? What is it? Why is it getting worse? Where have we gone wrong? Surely we can't be meeting every year to COP this and COP that and COP that to talk about whatever. And this is what I'm saying, I've said on BBC for those who watched it. Because they asked me, how was COP28? I said, big figures, money, too much. But where is it? Where is it? Our communities in the third world cannot wait any longer, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. People should be at the center. What we must know is that when all is said and done, it is human beings that are paying the price. And for us as champions, people should be at the center of whatever we do and whatever we say and whatever we ask for. So, Mr. Numero, forget about me on that other platform. I'm here, and let's go. Thank you for listening.
We can do better than that. Another round of applause. Such a passionate, heartfelt speech there delivered by Her Excellency. Wow. That's just astounding. So much to glean, so much to look at, and so much to think about. We have been given the challenge, one community at a time. And the question is, what have you done, or what are you going to do about those people that are still in the camps because they are destitute? Some food for thought. Thank you very, very much, Your Excellency. Your Excellency, distinguished participants, as we continue with our program this morning, I would like to invite Dr. Yusuf Mkungula, the Principal Secretary from Natural Resources and Climate Change Ministry, who will then later invite Honorable Dr. Michael Osi, the Minister of Natural Resources and Climate Change, for his remarks. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Director of Ceremonies. Your Excellency, Dr. Joyce Banda, former President of the Republic of Malawi, and our Goodwill Ambassador on Loss and Damage. Honorable Dr. Michael Osi, Minister of Natural Resources and Climate Change. Madam Taonga Mbale Luka, Director of Environmental Affairs Department. Dr. Lucent Latira, Director of Department of Climate Change and Meteorological Services. All senior government officials present here. The board chairperson and management and staff of SISONEC. Representatives of the development partners. Representatives of the academia. And representatives of the civil society organizations, both national and international. Let me also recognize Mr. Evans Njewa, who is our chairperson for LODC, and Professor Sosten Chota, Regional Director for Leadership for Environment and Development. The media, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. My duty this morning is to invite the Honorable Minister of Natural Resources and Climate Change to speak to us during this Africa Regional Dialogue on Loss and Damage. The third time Malawi is hosting an international dialogue on loss and damage. But before I do so, let me take this opportunity to welcome you all to this conference and probably say one or two words. Your Excellency, Honorable Minister, ladies and gentlemen, according to the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, IPCC 60th Assessment Report, climate change has caused substantial damages and increasingly irreversible losses in terrestrial, freshwater, cryosphere, and coastal and open oceans ecosystems. A report commissioned by the World Bank found increasing evidence that even with very ambitious mitigation measures, the Earth's atmospheric system may already be committed to warming of approximately 1.5 degrees Celsius, above pre-industrial levels by 2050. And this is quite alarming. Therefore, we need to take action to make sure that we reduce impacts of climate change. While mitigation actions continue to be of paramount importance to limit loss and damage, the extent and magnitude of climate change impacts will certainly increase in the near future. Your Excellency, Honorable Minister, ladies and gentlemen, COP28 operationalized the Loss and Damage Fund, which represents a glimmer of hope in the horizon. But I think the challenge is already being alluded to by Her Excellency to say, we have quite a lot of challenges in terms of accessing these funds. But if you have one voice, we'll be able to access a little resources. And this fund has the potential to be the catalyst for rebuilding restoring ecosystems, and fostering long-term resilience on our continent. However, to fulfill this promise, we as the nations most directly impacted must actually take an instrumental role in its governance. While significant challenges remain in terms of ensuring sufficient and sustainable funding, COP28 provided the much needed political impetus to operationalize the Santiago network as a practical avenue for loss and damage action. I am hopeful that this dialogue will build on the momentum from COP28 by fostering inclusive and solution-oriented discussions on how to effectively implement the COP28 discussions on the Santiago network. And this will help us in terms of coming up with an voice and recommendations in terms of what actions for us to take to make sure that we reduce effects and impacts that come as a result of impacts of climate change. With these few remarks, I would like to invite Honorable Minister, Dr. Michael Ussi, to address us and probably officially open the dialogue on loss and damage. I thank you for your attention.
The Director of Ceremonies, Your Excellency, the former State President of the Republic of Malawi, Dr. Joyce Banda, who is also the Pan-African champion on loss and damage, Dr. Yusuf Nkungula, Secretary for Natural Resources and Climate Change, all foreign dignitaries present here, senior government officials, the academia, the representatives of the civil society, the media, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, let me say a very big thank you to you, Your Excellency, for the role that you are playing in saving Malawi, and particularly accepting to belong to a bigger community other than just your tribe, your family, and Malawi. You have actually refused your family, your tribe, and Malawi to have a monopoly of yourself. That's why you are saving Malawi, you are saving Africa, you are saving the vulnerable. As a retired or former president, you'd be enjoying the privileges of retirement, but you are moving up and down, saving people. And sometimes I fear, say, when we go to heaven, the likes of you will be the people that will be asking Jesus whether there aren't any vulnerable people there so that you should be still saving them. Because it's in your DNA, it shouldn't be taken for granted. We are proud of you. And I want to call upon the media here. Such type of models of excellence in saving mankind need to be captured, written about, shared, because our youth need to understand the chemistry of this type of culture. It is not something to be taken for granted. It is not something that should be taken for granted. Some of us here to be asked even at church level. At church level, could you please help us do 1, 2, 3? No, I'm too busy. This is what I'm supposed to do. I'm too busy. Because you want to have more time for yourself. And it is natural to want to have time for yourself. So once again, God bless you and thank you very much for your patriotism and love for mankind. And again, if it were an exam, I'm sure I would have been disqualified, accused of maybe plagiarism, because what you have said, much of it is exactly what I wanted to say. In the book of Mark, in the book of Matthew, Jesus fed 5,000 people. Fish and bread are mentioned. But the owner, the person that had the bread and fish, his name is not recorded. He has no name. But what we see, what we hear, Jesus fed the multitude. But whose fish, whose bread was it? It belonged to a lad. One of the biggest missions that was done at that particular day was identification of that particular land, to identify where bread and fish was, which belonged to a person that had insignificant stature in that time. It resonates very strongly with what you have said about, let's focus at our problems and see what we can do together. Loss and damage is quite a big issue. We many times discuss loss and damage in a fashion of definitions. But to start to unpack and talk about loss and damage so that people can understand the meaning, so that this discussion, loss and damage, starts to breathe, so that people can understand loss and damage means this. Whilst we are grappling with the strategies, pathways to attract the big names with their big economies to give us money, we can get to those people that have no names, just like in the Bible, who have the fish and bread. People have cattle, chicken. We can collect those and start to help the people that are suffering. That's what I'm saying. What you have said, it would have been thought that was plagiarism if I were responding to an exam question. As Malawians, as Kenyans, as Zimbabweans, all of us that are here should start to focus on what we have ourselves before we start to look elsewhere. You give a hand before you ask for the heart. Malawi is honored to host this African Regional Conference on Loss and Damage under the theme, Positioning African Countries to Play an Instrumental Role in the Governance of the Loss and Damage Fund. Securing enhanced action at the front line and recognizing the benefit from the fund. I understand that this dialogue will be held in hybrid format with focused experts who have not managed to join us physically. As we say in Malawi, when we welcome our guests, Takulandirani, which means most welcome to the warm hearts of Africa. As the PS has indicated in his welcoming remarks, this is the third regional dialogue on loss and damage convened at the Pan-African level taking place in Malawi. The first convening in 22 focused on framing and politically heightening the loss and damage agenda. Issues of loss and damage, they are ethical in nature, political in nature, developmental in nature. As we deliberate, let us see how we discuss these issues from the ethical perspective, from the development perspective, from the political perspective, so that our voice should be informed and our voice should be shared with the Pan-African Goodwill Ambassador on Climate Justice. So that when she goes to Azerbaijan, she should be angrier than now. Because we don't want people to be angry, but the anger that our former president has is justifiable, and we want it more. And we should pray for more anger. and good health, because you have to be in good health to really show your anger. Because it is very important. I'm saying this because I can see what I can see. In 2005, when I was working for ADRA, I was asked to address the European Union Parliament. When I went there after my address, I was privileged to meet the top dog that was handling finances. And he said something to me. He says, no, it is not easy to get money from us. I looked at him. I said, yes, it's not easy to get money from us. I said, why? He said, well, because there are so many protocols, all that. The way you were stating our former state president. Then I said, you see, I think the reason is not because of the structures, the grammar and everything, but it's because you don't know what we know. Because even when I was in ADRA, when you write a proposal to go to the donors, they'll sit and look at it. And some of you maybe are part of those committees. You look at the structure, problem statement, analysis. You say, but this paragraph should have been here. Not here. Look at the analysis. I think this is quantifiable, but this is qualifiable. So they need, you are all going academic. And this is what is happening. Loss and damage is not an academic subject. It's real. So I told him, and his way of thinking, his way of looking at things changed. Because I said, the proposal for Malawi that you have declined to fund, you are looking at paragraphs, statements, commas, and the structures. But for me, I'm looking at women that are dying. I'm looking at children that are malnourished. I'm looking at people that are failing to make ends meet. So I started to describe the people that we have carried in that proposal. And then he said, okay, I want to invite my friend that we should hear this together. Lo and behold, that very day, I got enough money to fund the Malawi Defense Force first AIDS project through the government of Australia. Let's tell our story in a fashion that will heap guilt. We should heap guilt that when they are eating, it should be very hard. To take the fork from the plate to the mouth, it should be 20 kilometers. Let us tell the story. Sometimes it is us when we are with those people, our colleagues from the north. The way we speak, you wonder, are you an African? Do you represent the people from home? You are there to attend, not to you are just there to attend, but not to participate. Participate, not just attend. The work of our ambassador should be easier because we are doing the needful. We understand what needs to be done. Ladies and gentlemen, I know that you have spoken, and all what has been spoken is what we need to front. But much more than that, we need to understand that mere speaking will not help matters. When you speak, people should know that you are speaking from the heart. People should know that you are speaking from experience. People should know that you are not on a job, but on a mission. Loss and damage is not just a definition, it has meaning. Local context. She talked about a woman that laughed. If we were to say today, let us not go any further, let's just discuss this case. A woman that laughed when he had lost the entire family The woman laughed. We'll spend even 5 days discussing this issue. Number one, what was going on in her mind? Number two, how did it end? Where was she? How much sleep did she take? What helped? It's going to be a colossal subject. So we should start to dive into the intestines of the problems and share. I've seen somewhere loss and damage action research project. I've liked it because I've said the action because it is an integral part of work. I'm singling this out because sometimes you get funding from the donors, but you see some smaller projects also emerge. So many projects. This one is going to do this. This one's going to do this. The amount of money that goes to the beneficiary is dismal. That again should be a cause for concern. I'm not here to preach to the converted, but to remind each other that we are here for a noble cause. We are the chosen ones to do the needful. I therefore wish you well, so that as you deliberate, we should say at one point, they met, they discussed, here we are. Had it not been for that meeting, this wouldn't have happened. With these remarks, I declare this Africa Regional Dialogue on Loss and Damage and Climate Finance officially opened. God bless you all. Thank you.
Thank you very much for such powerful words, just reiterating everything that's already been said. Your Excellency, and indeed all participants, I would like to invite you now to go for a group photo and health break. This is the process we're going to take. We'll all go out, try to do it as quickly as possible. We've been given only 3 minutes for this section to go get the photograph and have a health break, and then we can resume. So we'll go out, get set, and then Your Excellency and all the dignitaries will come and join us. Would I please request that we do that now? Thank you very much. The group photograph will be taken at the corridor, the largest corridor between this building and the auditorium. Let me also invite the members of the media to position themselves there. Should they have any questions or interviews, should be conducted there. When we come back, we will proceed with the program.
1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Two, 1 2 1 2 1 2. 1 2. 1 2 2. Check 1 2. Augustine Josh, you want to test the system? Can you hear us? Hello, online team. Augustine. Okay, can you try say something, please? We're being advised that you join with audio. Join with audio, then try to talk to us.
Hello. Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, perfect.
Good afternoon from Malawi.
Good afternoon. Amazing in Malawi.
Super. Be on standby. Thank you.
Thanks. Okay.
Si projection yabo hivi mwito nizo kama yanakula projection za hivi.
One, two. Ladies and gentlemen, still outside, please, let's make our way into the auditorium so that we start the second session. We're already behind time. Let us try and leverage everything we can do now so that we catch up. Please, ladies and gentlemen, still enjoying your break outside. Bring in your coffee, bring in your snack, settle down on your table. We would like to start the second segment of the program. And if you will be presenting during this conference, please, I would like you to meet Chimwemwe. Chimwemwe, can you raise your hand so that you submit your presentation? We would like to have all the presentations kept so that they are all under one custody and should be beamed on one laptop so that we don't waste time changing. So please, if you have a presentation, meet Chimwemwe and submit your presentation to him. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, this is good afternoon now, right? Good afternoon to you all. Good evening. All right. Let me say many thanks to Kate Kujaliwa for taking us through this far. I shall be moderating the next session for the next 45 minutes or so. And then she'll be back at some point. But for now, I think let her rest a bit. And may I invite you to give her a huge round of applause for the job well done. Thank you so much, Kate. That was beautiful. The next session, ladies and gentlemen, is a high-level political dialogue on state of play on loss and damage fund and opportunities for Africa to leverage its interest. With that, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to invite all the panelists in front. Of course, we have one joining online, and I shall be making a mention of that. First of all, let me recognize and also invite Dr. James Murembezi, Officer-in-Chief, Climate Change and Coordinator, Africa Climate Policy Center, UN Economic Commission for Africa. A big round of applause for James Murembezi as he comes in front. Why do I feel like he deserves a big, big round of applause? Thank you so much. Next, allow me to invite Dr. Luce Mtiratira, Director, Department of Climate Change and Meteorological Services in Malawi. You seem to be doubting also. She is the one, and she deserves a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. This moment, let me also introduce to you Dr. Augustine Jamchi, Chair of the Board, rather Political and Technical Committee for PACJA, that's the Pan-African Climate Justice Alliance. He is joining us online. Maybe you can say hello to us. Dr. Augustine, good afternoon from Malawi.
Good afternoon from Yaoundé, Cameroon. Hello, everyone. I'm glad to be here. I missed the opportunity to be there physically, but I'm happy I could still join from where I am sitting. Thank
We
you.
really appreciate you joining this session this afternoon. A round of applause for him, please. And finally, allow me to invite Mr. Evans Njewa, who is the chair for the Least Developed Countries Group. Join us, please, Mr. Njewa, and a big, big, big round of applause for Bwana Chair, representing over 40 countries, all the least developed countries. They are now looking forward to him as the leader. He's a very busy man, and it is a privilege and honor to have him around. And thanks to you for joining. May you give yourselves a round of applause too, as you'll be following this conversation. Can I hear a huge and resounding round of applause? Colleagues, without much ado, we already passed the allocated time. We'd like to kick off our conversation. Like I said earlier on, this session is about the state of play in as far as the loss and damage fund is concerned, but also opportunities that do exist out there. How can Africa leverage on the existing opportunities? And with that, let me give the chair, Mr. Evans Njewa, to kick off the conversation by indeed highlighting how African countries are preparing themselves to benefit from the loss and damage fund that was officially adopted at COP28 in Dubai. Over to you, Bwana Njewa.
So, thank you very much, Moderator Matthews, and good afternoon, the audience. At times I like speaking when I stand.
Okay.
So if you allow me, maybe I'll stand. But otherwise, thank you very much, and also thanks to my fellow panelists. I will say just a couple of things quickly. And indeed, it's been a privilege for Malawi to be chair of the now 45 least developed countries. And of the 45 LDCs, we have 33 that are in Africa, 33. So the majority of the member states in Africa, in the AU, and we have the AU here represented. So the majority of the African member states are LDCs. And we have come to agree, and we have been recognized that the group of the LDCs is the most vulnerable to the adverse effects of climate change, and also to the risks of the losses, facing the losses and damages associated with these adverse effects of climate change. And the science has demonstrated, the IPCC reports, but also other reports that have been published talk to this story. In Africa as well, I'll not mostly speak for Africa because I've not been authenticated to speak for Africa in this meeting. But as I said, we have the member states in the LDCs that are in Africa. And then we have those that are in the Asian group. There are 8 in Asia, LDCs. We have 3 that are small island developing states. And these small developing states, the seas, they are at below sea level. And every time, every moment, they are at risk of even being submerged by water. When we have like sea level rises, we have some that are, of course, in the drylands, and also others with different circumstances. So what we have done to prepare for the loss and damage fund that was established in Dubai last year, and you have followed the history of the loss and damage fund. It has taken almost 8 years since we started building the fund. When we got the Paris Agreement in Paris in 2015, it hasn't been easy, but last year, the Transitional Committee made it that we got the fund with the co-presidency in United Arab Emirates. We got the fund the very first day when the COP28 was opened on 30th of November. We have prepared ourselves and we continue to do so. Just last week, I was with my team that works on the loss and damage fund. We had a call, we had a meeting just to prepare for the forthcoming first board of the fund, which will happen in April. It has delayed because the board was not complete. There were some seats that were not filled yet. But the LDCs, we have our 2 board members that will be sitting in the board. We have Timor-Leste and Senegal, and then we have also 2 alternates, Timor-Leste and Benin, representing the LDCs, and then we have 2 alternates. We're also sitting in the Santiago Network on loss and damage, the advisory board. So we have prepared our position paper, which looks at maybe 4 or 5 critical areas. One, we have said that we want the fund to be fully capitalized this year, where capitalization shall mean that we have enough resources in the fund. In Dubai, we got up to about $700 million, but we want more, as we heard this morning, even from the former president and also the honorable minister. We need even more resources because the impacts are large. And therefore, we want it to be fully capitalized and also fully operationalized. would want the board to meet, as I've said, before the June session, so that they can put together a fund that can deliver and make the policies also work. You will recall that we have the World Bank as the interim trustee. We have also called upon the World Bank to also put in place policies that will make them to deliver on the fund as a trustee, but also as a secretariat. So we want this fund to be really be a scaled up fund, where scaled up shall mean that it has resources to the level, to meet the level of our needs and priorities in these support countries, but also in Africa. We want it to be fully accessible. I heard from the Honorable Minister this morning and your witnesses, he said that would want to reach out, even the former president said this, we don't want so many procedures, because when a cyclone hits you, you don't have to wait for 3-4 years until you get resources to support the vulnerable or those that have been impacted. So want a fund that will be quick, easily accessible, and then we can therefore get resources and support those that are in need. So that is the scale. Then we have the accessibility of the fund, but also the scope. Regarding the scope, we want a fund that is covering both ex ante and also post ante activities that will address loss and damage when it happens, but also pre activities, that is providing air warning, climate information, and this will be going also to my director here for meteorological services. So these are the things that we are looking for: the scope, the scale, and the access modalities. Now, for us to have a fund that delivers, our priority as LDCs want a fund that has more of direct access modality, because I think in the agenda, they are looking at the access modalities, want a fund that has a direct access modality, where direct access modality is where you go through the fund as a stakeholder, as Malawi government, as anyone else here, the PACJA, or so you can access the fund directly without going through an intermediary like UNDP, FAO, or any other agent, because that would cut the transaction costs, but also the timelines that would be there. But we want to have a direct access modality. So we're preparing ourselves, as I've said, and we'll be talking to the secretariat that we have now in Bonn at the University Secretariat as the interim one. In the course of next week, we want also to submit our position where we've laid out all the issues I've talked about as a group. And we'll be together moving with the African group and the other developed countries where we can be positioning these points. Finally, I'll be as chair presenting all the elements that we want to see as a group of the LDCs at any level that I'll be. I'm having a meeting tomorrow and Friday with some high-level groups. There's a ministerial meeting in Copenhagen tomorrow and Friday. I'll be speaking in that meeting, and we'll be advancing this. And there's also another meeting that we call the Cartagena Dialogue. It brings together about 30 countries that are progressive in climate action, and then we'll also be presenting all these. But we have our position areas where we want to advance and position ourselves so that we can access the fund as it becomes ready. But you can rely on us because we are very good negotiators on loss and damage. Together with the African group, we will be representing you as civil society and state actors, as governments. So let's collaborate in this road pathway so that we can then deliver together for our communities. I think this is maybe what I can say. And thank you very much. Because I saw someone will be speaking on the actual modalities, access modalities, but data access modalities is what we are looking for without going through intermediaries, because it delays the whole process, and also you have transaction costs to meet. Thank you.
Many thanks, Evans. You can take a seat for now. So he has time deficiency issues. As he said, he's traveling. So we agreed that he should speak as much as he can now so that he can catch a flight, like shortly indeed, as the day progresses. So that's why I did not interrupt him. Otherwise, we do really appreciate for all those updates. If you have got a burning question that you'd like to direct to Wananjewa before you leave, just raise your hand. I'll see if I can recognize you. He responds to that, and then he can take leave of us. Otherwise, let me switch to Dr. Murombezi. Indeed, it's been a long way to get to where we are now. We took so many twists and turns to have the loss and damage fund adopted. And the question is, what does the adoption of this fund mean for Africa?
Yeah, thank you, moderator. And I would like to acknowledge the priorities for the LDCs which have been outlined by my brother Evans there. In terms of what therefore it means for Africa broadly, I think there are several issues. The first is, as Evans said, it has taken a very long time to get the fund agreed and approved, going back all the way, I think, to the first conversations around the Santiago network. And there were many challenges involved. I think in the actual process of developing the fund, the biggest challenge, and that challenge continues, is about attribution. We have come a long way since 2014 in understanding the link between weather and climate events and loss and damage. The attribution science has developed significantly, but it is not yet definitive. So the first challenge that is going to face us in accessing funding from the fund is, where does adaptation stop and where does loss and damage begin? So if we experience an extreme event such as Idai or a drought, slow onset, at what stage do we actually attribute it to climate impacts? And at what stage is that event, can it be attributed to expected variability in the climate system? So I think that one of the things that the establishment of the fund, which we all welcome, places on us as a continent, is we need to actually improve our investment in weather and climate information services. It has to be an urgent demand coming from all of us on our governments. One of the main weaknesses of our systems of governing the climate system is the very low levels of investment in weather and climate information services. I read somewhere very recently that the whole of sub-Saharan Africa, in terms of just physical coverage of weather observation systems, has less automated weather stations than the city of London, the Greater London. This is the whole continent. And there are many reasons for this, historical, current, and so on. So firstly, I think the establishment of the fund should be a call to our governments to, if we are going to improve our access to the fund, if we are going to improve the deployment of resources in response to the impacts of climate change, we also need to be able to provide scientifically based projects, proposals, whatever it is, to address those impacts. And we cannot do that unless we have functioning CIS systems, weather and climate information systems, and hydrological systems as well. The second, beyond these capacities, just to understand our weather and climate systems, is I think we also need to improve our capacities to measure and assess the losses and damages themselves. We have, for instance, in the case of Idai, we had a lot of economic assessments coming from external bodies, the World Bank, the IMF, and so on, looking at the cost of infrastructure. But there was very little national involvement in those measurements. So we need to build our own capacities to understand economic losses. And I think it can be done very quickly to look at not only the cost of the infrastructure, but also the cost of replacing it in a better way, building back better. But we don't have any capacities, to my knowledge, to understand non-tangible impacts and how to respond to those. Like the former president was saying, there's very little investment in understanding the non-physical aspects of climate change, like the mental health, the health impacts, and so on. How can we also develop capacities to bring those into our assessments of loss and damage and our demands for compensation for loss and damage? And then, of course, I think we do still have a lot of work to do to ensure that the fund is properly and adequately resourced, but also that the governance systems are transparent and are responsive to our needs. So Evans has talked about the work that they are doing as LDC, but I would like to find out how many of us even engage with our negotiators. How many of us know what the priorities of our negotiators are? What this means for us from the Economic Commission for Africa's perspective is we need to put together inclusive processes for assessing loss and damage, inclusive processes for engaging everyone, the youth, the women, the stakeholders, I mean, all stakeholders in. Is my time up?
We can stop there for now, right? I'll come to you also a little later because you have touched on issues which I think may be also of great interest to, yes, to Dr. Mtiatila here. He's raised like pertinent issues regarding the need to expand investments and as far as early warning systems are concerned, but also issues to do with sharing of weather and the expanding also information services related to weather. Now, this is something that I've been talking for quite some time. What should be the role of yourselves as weather bureaus across the continent to make sure that we are leveraging on the data that you are generating to inform the so many programs that different governments do generate in Africa and beyond, but also to meet our interests and demands by the end of the day?
Thank you very much, Matthews. I think some of the issues have been well articulated by my colleague here, but I just wanted to add to say meteorological services has been there for years, for decades. If we go to national meteorological offices, you find that they have data spanning over 100 years. And this is the information that informs us of the changing climate. However, we find most of the times when we have discussions like this, you find that the meteorologists most of the times are not there when it comes to discussions. Maybe they don't even know that there is loss and damage being discussed here. That's the gap that I'm seeing most of the times, that meteorologists are left behind most of the times. But we need to work together because they have this information that can inform whatever we are doing. At the same time, we find that in Africa, despite that we have these experts, we take references outside Africa. We use global information, yet we have this local information for us, which can give informed decision locally.
How accessible is that information?
Coordination is the issue. We need to coordinate. We need to work together so that because we have the information and you have the issue of loss and damage,
yes,
we need to meet somewhere in between.
Where do we
so
meet?
That we
I'm coming to you with
gaps.
this because you have singing this national anthem for quite some time. Coordination, 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 but it doesn't happen. How do we make it happen for Africa and for people?
Yeah, we usually work in silos. Or when there are opportunities for funding, we have to make sure that I get a biggest share. So we don't want to engage and involve people that matter. Because you look at that, you say, if we engage this one, then maybe this will not be enough for us, but we should take that out. We have maybe the people-centered approach where we focus on what we really need to achieve, not who and how we get there, but who we are targeting. That's the most important issue. So that we work together. Right now, we are even emphasizing on co-production. We need to work together. The meteorologists and the social sectors, we need to work together. We have to remove that gap so that we need to understand what the social sector needs, and then we work together on how we find solutions.
Many thanks indeed, Dr. Mutiatila, for that. Let me now come to you, Augustine, Dr. Augustine, and I want you also to speak to the issue of coordination, which we have just started to talk about. How best can we improve coordination so that as African countries, we are more prepared for the fund that's being established so that we can also leverage on its existence to go for impactful investments?
Thank you very much. And thank you for the presentations already made by the colleagues on the panel. I think the issue of coordination is very pertinent. I'd like us to look away from the fund and look at financing on loss and damage in general. What avenues are there before the fund? And because when you look at what is in the fund, the needs of developing countries for loss and damage have been estimated at 400 billion. And we got 700 million last year when the fund was launched. That was grossly insufficient because if you link it to the needs, actual needs, which is 100 billion a year, that would only be something like a very meager percentage of the needs of developing countries in general, not to talk of Africa in particular. It also shows us that we may have a fund, the governance might be correct. We may also have countries pledging, as we've seen in the past. But if the means therein are not sufficient, it will not help us. So that brings in the idea of looking away from the fund and seeing other sources of funding for loss and damage. If we have to look away from the fund itself, there is greater need for coordination within each country and in Africa, intra-African coordination in particular. Looking away from the climate loss and damage fund means also seeing the possibility that are there in the Green Climate Fund, in the other funds that are not necessarily under the UNFCCC, and even national funds for loss and damage that many countries have created, although they need investments from foreign donors or governments to make sure that they are properly funded at the national level to meet the needs, the growing needs of loss and damage. With that, ladies and gentlemen, we think easy access or direct access, which has been the negotiation position of the African countries and developing countries in general, could be there. We need to also organize and coordinate ourselves in such a way that as a continent, we get to those funds as much as possible. The meager funds that are there should be well managed in a coordinated way, not in competition. Let's face the African reality. It is true we are suffering from loss and damage, but some countries like Malawi, Mozambique, and other countries in the sub-Saharan Africa are facing the loss and damage effects in a bigger way and faster and ever increasing way. We cannot be competitive. Coordination is to avoid unhealthy competition for the funds because those countries that are in dire need immediate need might not have the capacity to have the access. But some countries that are not really that much suffering from loss and damage at the moment may have the capacity to access funds. So if there's no coordination, you will see that most of those countries that will be having access, as even those that are not in dire need like these countries I've cited. I've only cited 3 or 4 for now, but there are many more African countries. The Horn of Africa and even Central African countries and West African countries are also suffering. So the need for coordination within Africa and the African group of negotiators, the AU, I'm happy AUC is there, UNECA is there, and all those institutions are there. We need to be able to coordinate at that level so that the loss and damage funds can be accessible to the countries that are in more need than others. Everybody is suffering, but some are suffering more than others.
So
and we
if I may
should
come in, Dr. Augustine, you talked about the need to not only focus on the fund, but also identify other means of financing loss and damage, which sounds interesting also, because all along countries have been, pushing for the establishment of this fund to be in place. And now we are saying, okay, yes, let's also look beyond the fund. How do you clear this so that it doesn't sound like a contradiction? It doesn't bring confusion in the way resources are going to be managed. And the final part of my question is, what role are you going to play in making sure that you're able to track all the pledges that we have had and that the money comes into the fund for use, for other countries to benefit? I'll give you 1 minute to manage. Thank you.
Yes, thank you for that. If you look at the history of loss and damage, it was a struggle, and PACJA was part of this, to make it have a standalone pillar in the negotiations. Before Geneva, the meeting we had in Geneva some years ago, loss and damage was usually locked under adaptation, right? We fought for loss and damage to be having a visibility and being a standalone. Equally, we fought for this fund to be established. Now, after the establishment, we have seen that the desire to fund the fund, to put money in the fund, is not there. We saw that we only could have 700 million pledges in form of pledges in at COP28. So I was going ahead to say that beyond the loss and damage fund, let's also be looking at other sources of funding. I'm not in any way trying to say that we should abandon loss and damage fund, but I'm seeing where we'll be frustrated if we put all our attention to that and not also looking at alternative sources of funding to fund loss and damage. That is what I mean. I hope that is clear.
Sure. The tracking aspect of my question, the tracking of funds.
Sorry, come again.
Pledges aren't enough, but tracking the resources is critical to make sure resources come. What would be your role? 30 seconds.
Our role as civil society is to make sure that dedicated funding for loss and damage should be there. We've seen some countries that are already rebaptizing other development assistance to call it loss and damage. That is incorrect. Even humanitarian assistance that have been there all along, people are now trying to bring it under the loss and damage. That is still incorrect. We need to be able to tap loss and damage financing, even though there is this problem of lack of generally accepted definition for loss and damage, but we know what it is. Like the president said, the former president said, you don't need to be talking about definitions. Meanwhile, you see people suffering already. So we need the goodwill for people, for donors and other developed countries to actually tap, financing for loss and damage. That is traceable. And it is our role that to make sure that when such finances come, they should not be used for other things other than the loss and damage, either preventing or meeting the needs, immediate needs of the people, and then investing in early warning systems and all those kind of things. The role of the civil society is very critical, even with the meager sums that we may have for under loss and damage.
Thank you so much indeed. And many thanks once again for joining from Yawundi. We should be closing our conversation very shortly because of time constraints, but I'd like you, Dr. Lucy Mtilatila, to share with us what we need to do in order to expand the issue of investing in early warning systems in Malawi, but also across Africa. We have got this early warning systems for all initiative. Are we making progress? Are we getting there, or there's still bottlenecks that we need to resolve?
Yeah, thank you very much. I think when it comes to climate justice, we usually just look at the impact side and we forget on the professional side. Because of the limitations we have financially, you find that, as already my colleague here has alluded to, that monitoring of weather and climate in Africa is very, very low. So already there, that means we are bringing a gap on trying to understand how the climate evolves, how we can get prepared, how we can even provide the climate services. So I think one thing, I'll go back to the issue of coordination, but this one is cross-border coordination. It's very important. We have already groupings like SADC and everything. Maybe that's where we need also to start from, because instruments which are very, very critical, for example, in early warning, weather radar, are very useful in this time era where we are having these extreme events almost every year. But the good thing with weather radar, it has a coverage of maybe a radius of 300 kilometers. So if we can have that coordination within the region where we put our resources together, or together we can try to source some funding somewhere, and we have a network of instruments that we can be able to share the data and monitor the extreme events together, probably it can lessen the burden the way we are doing right now, where each and every country you are on your own and the resources are limited. But yet, if you can have a weather radar in Malawi, for example, it can even look into Mozambique and maybe Zambia. It can span across, which it can reduce even the operation costs that come with it, because you'll be like working together as a team. So probably maybe that's the issue. Maybe we need to see how we can involve our regional setups that are already there, but to support us when it comes to monitoring of weather and climate. And the other thing, we know that early warning for all has 4 pillars.
Sure.
So this monitoring is just one part of it.
Yes.
But we need the whole set for this early warning for all to materialize. Unfortunately, it has been put there by UN without putting the strategies on how least developed countries like us will move. We are at different levels, we are at different paces when it comes to early warning, but you can't just say, okay, we need early warning for all by 2028 without putting the measures on how they cushion up
Are these the kind
that-
of conversations you like to take to Baku, on the road to Baku, Azerbaijan, or you think we need to address this issue differently?
No, we need to take it there. I like the boldness of saying, yes, early warning for all by 2028. Yes, it's good, but can we achieve it? Because we are different levels. It's really difficult that today in Malawi, we can say we are going to achieve it by 2028 without a support somewhere. We need that cushion so that we reach the level where others are, and then we move together and we reach to 2028. So yes, I agree with you. We need to take this forward because we need that cushion.
Many thanks, Didi, for emphasizing on that. Maybe your parting words. I'll not come to you again. Anything else you'd like to say? 3 or 4 words.
Yeah, just to add that, of course, maybe from the speakers that we had this morning on the issue of maybe we need to start to help ourselves. So we need also at local level, we try to come up with a strategy that will help us to reach to early warning for all by 2028. So that if you have that strategic plan, for example, maybe it can be a tool that will help to source some or to mobilize some resources for us to get there. Maybe that's what I can add to my fellow.
Thank you so much. We do really appreciate
meteorologists.
your
Thank you.
participation in this conversation. Dr. Murombezi, as you wind up, I think we have had lots of issues regarding the structural arrangement of this loss and damage fund, and for World Bank to be the current host. I think there are so many conditions that have been set to make sure that this opportunity doesn't slip away our fingers. And there are chances that we can even boot out the World Bank if it doesn't meet those conditions which have been set by the people involved. Do you have trust that the fund is in the right hands? But also, how do you speak to the issue which has been raised by Dr. Mtilatia to say maybe it's also high time African countries should begin to see how best they can finance loss and damage?
Yeah, that's a very important question. I think that because it is the result of a global negotiation over many years, sufficient systems have been put in place to ensure that the governance of the fund is going to be transparent, but also responsive to the needs of the members. Now, of course, when you translate that into operation, anything can happen. But I believe that the actual engagement with the fund is a continuing process. So should any issues emerge, I think that we have sufficient checks and balances. And this is especially where the role of civil society becomes important. And I hope that on behalf of Africa, our civil society organizations are paying close attention to the appointment of the board, to the evolution of the board, but also to issues around the resource mobilization and so on. Now, regarding your last question, for me and for us speaking from the Economic Commission for Africa, and this speaks to the earlier conversation you were having with Augustine, a very critical issue is that the impacts of climate change don't end with the impacts of a climate event. They are actually broadly felt through the whole economy. And as they spread through the whole economy, they are also magnified. Let me give you an example. If you have an extreme weather event, it requires that government responds urgently. And normally our governments don't have the resources to respond urgently. So they will be forced to go and borrow money in order to pay for their response. Borrow money, normally our governments are already in debt distress. I don't remember how many African economies are debt distress, but quite a good number. So they are going to borrow money. They will not have access to multilateral funds because of the debt distress. So we will go to commercial sources, borrow money at 20, 30% interest. And that money we have to pay back. So the impacts are already spreading throughout the rest of the economy. And so the climate, and we have to make sure that the climate, the loss and damage fund recognizes that loss and damage is not just about the immediate physical impacts, but that in fact, the mechanism is used to address the broader economic, social, psychological impacts of loss and damage. So we won't need to just be looking simply at procedural issues in terms of direct access and so on, but also definitional issues. What are we paying for? How are we quantifying the damages? And are those payments sufficient to actually not only compensate, but put us on a path to building resilience? Thank you.
Thank you so much for sharing those insights. We are back to Yaounde, your parting words.
Thank you. Thank you. I think this was a very good panel. I would just want to call on African governments and African people to continue to do the sacrifices. It is true that we have to seek for justice and equity at all levels, but the damage is already there, and our governments cannot afford to abandon us because somewhere has refused to pay for the loss and damages that they have caused. While we continue fighting to get that international support or that pay from the international level, especially developed countries, within our countries, I think our governments should be sensitive to the needs of the people Because at the end of the day, it is about them. It's about our people. Let's continue to work together and make sure that our poor communities that are victims. Some people say we should not call ourselves victims, but we are victims of the consequences of climate change. We keep looking at the rapid onset events, weather events, but we ignore the slow onset weather events. And this means we should plan. We should plan and plan with the people and for the people. Thank you very much.
Many thanks indeed, Dr. Augustine Mjanshi, Chair, Political and Technical Committee, ACCHA Board. We do really appreciate joining us this afternoon. Indeed, this is also the end of our conversation this afternoon. It's coming out so clear that loss and damage is a big topic. The fund is there, but there is more that needs to be done to make sure that it is accessible, but also African countries are able to benefit from it. There's also been an emphasis to say, I think we still need to do a lot in investing in early warning systems, so that by the end of the day, we should be able to take down the impact, especially on the economic and non-economic losses. Disaster mortalities must go down. Damage to critical infrastructure and so forth. All those things have been highlighted, but also the need to begin to explore how best African countries can begin to look out for other financing means, so that we don't just look up to the West to finance our agenda. The need for coordination has been highlighted here pretty much. And I would like to thank all of you for listening. And once again, also thank you to Dr. Lucy Mtiratira, Department of Climate Change and Meteorological Services, Malawi, for joining us. And also earlier we had Mr. Evans Njewa, who is the chairperson for the least developed countries, about 45 countries. And indeed, with us was also Dr. James Murombedzi, Officer in Chief, Climate Change and Coordinator, Africa Climate Policy Center, UN Economic Commission for Africa. And I have been your host, Matthews Malata. A big round of applause to all of us. Thank you very much.
And again to the panel and Matthews Malata. I will be one next host. And we were supposed to have Thank you. We are supposed to have two people to present to us, but due to other logistics, our other person who was supposed to present, Mr. Evans Njewa, has just left for other duties. But it is my pleasure now to introduce Dr. Cromwell Rukorito, Chair of IPCC Working Group 2. He is online and he is going to tackle on the evidence as the new barrier to accessing climate finance, preparatory measures that countries must put in place to enhance access to climate finance. Dr. Cromwell, I hope you are ready to talk to us and to all those that are online to understand issues that are emerging as barriers, as well as what should we do for us to access climate finance. Over to you, Dr. Cromwell Rukorito,
I'll give you maybe 10 to 15 minutes to talk to us, and thereafter we'll interact with the audience here and also those online if they have specific questions to you. Over to you, Doc.
Thank you very much, moderator. I hope you can hear me.
Loud and clear. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Dear colleagues, it's indeed my pleasure to join into this very important meeting for Africa in particular, addressing the core issue around loss and damage. It was my interest initially to be physically present in Lilongwe, but on assignment by my chair of the IPCC to be part of the Montpellier process, the Global Day that has been running from the 18th to tomorrow, it became difficult for me to join you people down South African so that we can together be able to digest this particular subject all together. Loss and damage, of course, means quite a lot for us as Africa, given our inherent vulnerability, compounded by growing and intensifying risk level, especially coming from a climate change impacts, which in the majority of cases are actually adverse, and therefore positioning Africa, like I have always said, on a pathway where the fund could be interpreted to mean an Africa fund, but only if we are going to strategize on how we leverage this additional financing mechanism that Africa is now exposed to. We look at the traditional financing mechanisms from, of course, the climate finance. And in my view, I would like to look at the loss and damage as an additional financing mechanism that is instrumental to building the resilience of Africa to the changing climate. But how best we optimize on this opportunity will depend on what lessons have we picked from the other financing mechanism within the climate change space. We've had other financing mechanisms. What are the lessons that we are getting from there? Because in my view, it's not sufficient to celebrate the capitalization as well as operationalization of this fund. But what matters for us in Africa is how do we unlock these funds and direct their flows into the continent, whether we are talking about mainland Africa or whether we are talking about our small island developing states. How do we catalyze finance flows into the continent from the loss and damage fund? That is critical. And that should form the basis then of our engagement this morning from where I am, and this afternoon, perhaps wherever you are. You know, historically, we have had weak institutional capacities to even meet the bare minimum criteria that are normally set by various climate funding mechanisms. We have had weak capacities to develop technically feasible as well as economically viable climate change proposals, projects, and even programs. That's a reality. even in the adaptations framework that we talk about for Africa being our priority, we still have significant gaps in our planning processes without clear mechanisms of tracking even our adaptation progress. I don't think we even know at a glance what our cost of adaptation is as we are speaking. And by so doing, the gap that we already are now riding on puts us to a level where we don't see clarity on how we can today be able to quantify the residual impact. Yes, we've been investing in adaptation actions. There's no dispute about it. But are our initiatives adequate on the adaptation trajectory? Or are they falling short of meeting the expectation? And if so, what is then the unaccounted for impact under our investments in the current adaptation approaches? That's what I'm talking about, the residual impact of adaptation. And I am convinced that that should then be the basis for us to put a case towards unlocking the loss and damage. How is our investments towards understanding our contexts? Historically, we've seen inadequacies or deficiencies even in terms of our needs assessments, let alone our inadequate capacities to develop bankable proposals. And I believe unless something urgently is done, we may also be at the same level of failing to package our claims for the loss and damage funds. We see also lack of clarity over even our vulnerability context. We've not had documentation of it, country by country, region by region. We see also the impacts. Much as we can look at them, we can complain, but there is no documentation of even the same. Even going by my own country, Kenya, in the previous prolonged drought, we talked about a lot of losses from livestock death. But to try even to track an exact figure that you can actually say you stand with at the marketplace and place a claim, and you cannot find it. All this then puts us on a pathway where we need to do something, and for that matter, urgently, so that we can harness any evidence that's at our disposal to support our claims. But the question comes, much as we are celebrating this loss and damage fund, do we know how much as Africa, let alone how much as individual countries in Africa that we require to be compensated, not with what has gone into the past, but also positioning ourselves adequately to even look forward into the future. The climate scientists have given us very reliable projections going into the future. If we are unable even to have the current context, how then are we going to project the same loss and damages going into the future? that becomes a great challenge for the continent. Besides that, I believe then that something needs to be done again, especially in the way of building our technical capacities. And this must cut across all the stakeholders within the continent. Looking at state agencies, looking at even the private sector agents, because climate action is by all and for all. And therefore, capacity enhancement will be required, firstly, in understanding the extent of the impact that goes beyond our adaptive capacities. And I want to thank my brother James Mrombezi, who flagged out a very fundamental starting point in all this, and that's around the issue of attribution. Are we able to demonstrate that whatever we are fronting as a loss and damage to our human and natural systems as a result of one, extremes of climate, as well as the adverse impact of climate change? And I want us to look at the two separately. Climate extremes, which indeed are more of a climate variability mode, which is getting amplified by day because of the change. We need to see how that is playing. We also need to have clarity on how the other adverse impacts coming from the adverse effects of climate change are playing in the context of both systems that are economic in nature as well as non-economic in nature. So as we look at loss and damage, let's embrace both the economic as well as the non-economic loss and damage. Today, as we speak, with my interaction from a colleague at the University of Malawi, who shares photos with me about some of these non-economic loss and damage issues, where we have lost a lot of farmland as a result of the deposition of the debris, including boulders or rocks that have now covered a sizable portion of the farmland. So that land is no longer a farmland, but is now transformed into another rock outcrop. Whatever activities that are being undertaken on that farmland are now not going to be feasible. The economies on call, the economies in Malawi, in Africa, can they help us document that in terms of the loss and damage? It's important then that increased investment in the rapid studies to give us an operational report of the losses and damages that we have gathered across Africa that are linked directly to the extremes of climate as well as the adverse impact of climate change. Methodologies for quantification then of loss and damage in entirety, covering the economic and the non-economic losses, then become important because we can now have standardized approaches that can bring Africa as a continent on the same common denominator, and they try to see how the differentiated then losses and damages are, and whether even from on Africa collectively harness resources, we can have a basis then to redistribute those resources to enable us have a livable Africa where every African shall be proud to be part of the continent. So we are seeing the rapid studies. We are seeing these studies also going beyond the understanding, but developing the methodologies for quantification of the loss and the damage. And once that's done, I believe we can then have tools in place which can help us now mount a capacity building program which can now accelerate capacities that could then help countries to develop a mirror image of bankable proposals that could be able to unlock the loss and damage funds through the claims that we may want to present to the fund. We know very well that even those methodologies, they can be there, but we can also embrace them under the bigger framework of capacity enhancement so that we look at it comprehensively from the level of procedures, guidelines, that we can also internally be able to interrogate our processes through evaluation in line with the funding requirements that the loss and damage fund will be able to prescribe for us. Because unless this is done, then the fund will be there, yes. We may only become spectators as a continent when others are accessing it. I want to say that by the mere fact that we are most vulnerable a continent is not a passport to accessing funds. Really, we need to put up a case. We need to put up a demand for what is rightfully for Africa in equal measures of the impact that the continent is receiving across the human as well as the natural systems, because ecosystems are critical because they are repositories for the goods and services which our people do access for their livelihood. We know a lot of food, a lot of medicines are coming from nature, and even where these adversities come into wreak over Africa, we are systematically losing these important resources. I want to underscore also the need for investment in one, the monitoring and observational networks, not only of climate elements, but also of the socio-economic indicators, so that we can be able to unravel this issue around unlocking finances from the loss and damage. And when once that is done, then early warning systems that we are desirous of will now be anchored on sound data sets which can give us very accurate, very reliable, and sort of early warning messages that we can now infuse into our planning and decision-making processes. So I want to stop there and perhaps I'll leave a sizable share of the time for interaction, because through interaction, we could venture into frontiers that we could not even have thought about. So thank you very much, colleagues.
Thank you.
Let's then keep engaging along that line, online and within the room, because you are the majority there. And I will be happy at the end of it all to see the outcome of this meeting, because I am a very interested party looking at the issues of loss and damage and adaptation falling squarely under my work group 2 of the IPCC, and I have a specific interest in the process. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Remain there, and a big hand for Cromwell. If we had time, I think we are going to go step by step and interrogate each and every aspect that you have raised there. But I know we don't have that time. But at the time being, if anyone has a specific interjection or question or input, I will allow maybe 2 interventions from the group, or even from those on that are following us online. So our friends on the take, please, if you can take questions, and we'll move on and conclude our discussion. Anyone who wants to put up any observation on the topic that we are discussing, for us to be ready? We might celebrate that we have the loss and damage fund, but our doc here has well clearly indicated that we need specific steps for us to be ready to access. Of course, that puts us at a crossroad, because to us, we would want to have funding now, because the damage and the loss is being felt now, and we don't have the luxury of time. So anyone? Yes. You can introduce yourself so that our colleagues know us. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Dr. Cromwell, for first and foremost taking time off from your usual meeting and being able to join us in this conversation in Lilongwe is an indication of your strong commitment. Listening to you, my name is Philip Kilonzo from Pan-African Climate Justice Alliance, but listening to you, I get a sense or feel that unless we are able to urgently fix our data, our information systems, our analysis, then we could as well bid bye-bye to the loss and damage fund. But I'm trying to look at our capabilities and capacities, which you've also alluded to in a very clear way. And I'm trying to understand where is the middle ground from where you sit, and how best can we also leverage on the middle ground to accelerate our access as we also put our house in order. And again, this will be just a final ask. Whose responsibility is it to ensure that we are in order? Is it a shared responsibility, or is it a responsibility within the premise of African governments alone, or even UNFCCC in this case is responsible? Thanks.
Thank you so much. Very nice questions. Yeah. Can the mic move to our colleague over there?
Yeah, so thank you, the presenter. As the previous speaker has also stated, my name is Yongani Mgawa. I'm from Action Aid, Malawi. Really quite a lot of insightful perspectives from what has been presented, centering on the capacity gaps. But I think another element that has touched me is on the capacity to measure the non-economic impacts. I think earlier on we had the former president, for example, spoke about the mental, impact, for example. And I was thinking broadly about the health impacts, even just the loss of life itself, to say, so how can it be compensated under this fund? I think those are really very relevant perspectives. But what I wanted to get more from also the presenter is, therefore, what measures, therefore, should we practically put in place if we are to strengthen our capacity. Yes, maybe as we move forward, possibly the fund itself should have those mechanisms to also build the capacity of whether it's government or those who want to access in terms of how they can be ready to access the fund. But perhaps for now, how should we do it? Because governments, on one hand, they're already pressed by different, impacts already. And we also know that the landscape, even from civil society, even other, maybe on NGOs as of now, for example, is also a big issue. So how should we therefore fund this preparedness so that we are really ready as most hit countries to tap this fund? Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think for the sake of time, I want to allow those. So, Dr. Cromwell, if you can attempt to shed more light on those two observations, maybe in 2-3 minutes, and then we know the discussion will continue, but for the sake of time, we'll stop there. Thank you. Doc?
Thank you very much, moderator. Thank you very much, Philip, and my other brother, for your very pertinent concerns, because yes, we are in a stalemate, but we need to unlock ourselves. How we do it is that the must-dos we must do. The issue of documentation, the issue of data, the issue of the tooling for us to be able to understand our context through analysis is a must. That we don't need even external intervention. I believe we have enough resources in Africa to be able to help us do that. I agree with Lucy, Dr. Lucy. There's a matter of coordination also in this space. And we need, therefore, as a middle ground that Philip is talking about, have one of us, one institution to pop up from the crowd to provide leadership. And I'm aware that the Africa Climate Policy Center, the ACPC, of which my brother James is coming from, already had some work underway, which is not complete. My recommendation will be that forum that we are in now comes up with the mechanisms of seeing how ACPC unlocks this process together with perhaps additional Africa experts to give us an operational document towards what we need to do methodologically so that we can be able to position ourselves adequately. Sympathy alone is not sufficient here, because the big question still remains to us: how much do each of Africa's countries require for compensation in loss and damage? That still remains to be a tall question to be answered. And I think preparation towards answering that question will be, to me, the very low-hanging fruit that we must go for. Whose responsibility? It's the responsibility of all of us. But all of us are coordinated under some government mechanisms, even at the AU level, and therefore I still throw the ball back to our AU team who are there to see to it that they perhaps take up that challenge to coordinate us as a continent at that particular level. Because once coordinated, then we can equip our African group of negotiators with the facts, which they can catalyze the landscape of the loss and damage through the UNFCCC process. So remember, this is a shared responsibility, and therefore we call upon actors from all the divide. A quantification, I think you have rightfully said it, my brother, the second a colleague who came online. Yes, quantification of the non-loss and non-economic loss and damage is quite key. Measures towards this, again, are within this hanging piece of work by ACPC. I believe if we pushed it to the end, then we may have approaches towards clarity on how we put up this particular issue. I know that each funding mechanism will have its own requirements. So this will be another area where we need to see what is the L&D, the Loss and Damage Fund Board, now crafted as the must have in place for us to be able to access this particular fund. So my take here, as I finish, will be about preparatory work. It's about us investing into preparatory processes. And where practical, we don't need to be supported here because we know what we want. It's an investment also that we must catalyze from our end, from our national budgets, and see to it that we have this work getting done so that we can place ourselves in a place where we can be able to tap into this a global fund on loss and damage. Back to you, moderator.
Thank you so much. A big hand to Dr. Cromwell. Thank you so much, the whole conference. I think if we had time, we would have continued to discuss, but there will still be other sessions where we'll still be tackling this. So thank you so much, Dr. Cromwell Rukoroti, and thank you all online. For the time being, we'll stop here, and for us here, Dr. Cromwell, we have ended lunch, so we are going for our lunch. We don't know there, but we'll be going.
We are 1 hour behind you.
Okay, yeah. So we also wish you well and the continued engagement as we continue. It has been me, Melton Luhanga, hosting this.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Melton. I think we can.
Thank you and bye-bye.
Thank you, Cromwell. So can we clap hands for ourselves for the sake? I think we've been wonderful audience, listeners. I'm pretty sure you're listening so that you can fire so many questions in the afternoon, because the afternoon is for us to interact, because there are 3 breakaway sessions where we're going to tackle 3 important issues as regards to this issue of loss and damage. Now, we want to break for lunch, and while we're breaking for lunch, we're also thinking of the afternoon. There are 3 sessions. I think those that I'm pretty sure all of you have a program for today. So please be thinking through on which session you want to get into after lunch, because we want to have very candid, solid discussions on the 3 topics so that we can help our colleagues who are drafting the communique to start putting on the statements that we want to share with the different groups, stakeholders, governments, and so on and so forth. So I want to thank all of you for being a wonderful audience. And the time now is 1:42. We want to take our lunch until 2:30 because we don't want to extend much to the evening. We want at least by 5, we are done with our session so we can go home, and maybe those that are coming from other countries can also see what Malawi looks like. So I want to request that now we break and then we go out for lunch and then come back at 2:30 sharp. So that 2:30 sharp, we are going to have our initial presentation, and that presentation is just going to launch us into group breakout sessions. So breakout sessions are ready. Even the online participants are going to be able to choose where they want to go and even contribute. So at this juncture, I want to request us to now move to room called the VIP foyer. So the VIP foyer is just when you go out this room where we're taking the photo, the group photo, behind it, there's a door. When you just go behind it, you find the restaurant. So we all walk out to that room. We have our lunch. We come back at 2:30. Bon appetit. So our colleagues online, we're taking a break. So we come back in the next 40 minutes. So we'll see you around after the break. Thank you. So colleagues, this room is secure. Once you're out, we are closing this room so you can leave everything here. So don't panic.
We need this to be here.
Take.
Imagine Joyce Banda was capturing something like this. Komano session ya maliza mapangano waona ndia. Yeah, that's
That
where
means
out
of yoga emoji.
So what I would suggest apparently never be here. Apa Mungu kwamba swali ndio vijana sina swali mama Algo sintamendea swali wa chini anyuma ina bila sawa
Good after lunch. Good after lunch. I need to hear from you just to be sure that we are together. Good after lunch. Yeah, we want to get into an interesting session. And usually after lunch is a bit tricky because some certain negotiations are happening in different quarters. But we want to ensure that you are able to redirect your energies to this particular space for purposes of having a structured conversation. We are starting with a presentation, and that presentation is foundational to the rest of what we are going to do across this afternoon. And that is why it's important you pay some significant attention to it, because we are now beginning to delve deeper into access mechanism for the funding that we are targeting, the loss and damage fund. And before we get into that, it's also important to do a bit of reflection. If there is an analysis, if there is any study that has been done on the subject, to look at what is the study telling us. What are the most critical issues that we must pay attention to, especially as we look at the access mechanisms that we are proposing. So that is why it's important we all be here together. I'm not known to hog time, but I'm just hogging this time for purposes of those who are settling. We have an interesting presentation which will focus largely on findings of a study on assessment of mechanism for supporting access to loss and damage financing in Malawi. We have a very able speaker who also did the study, the applied research part of it, and his name is Dumisan Chirambo. Dumisan Chirambo, if I pronounce it wrongly, I was given an earlier exemption for any misconduct in that regard. But he is an applied researcher on issues of climate finance and also managing director for Northern Alliance Financing Corporation. So he will be able to give us a snapshot view of the findings that came out of that particular analysis, which again would be instrumental in terms of framing our discourse moving forward. So I want to give Dumisan an average of 18 minutes. We negotiated, I take 2 minutes away from him, away from 20, 18 minutes. And once it's done with his presentation, we'll open it strictly for 10 minutes. So if you have a pertinent question, just pack it properly. And then we will be breaking into our breakout groups, which are also part of the process this afternoon. So at this point, put your hands together to welcome Dumisan. Over to you.
Adios, just for the questions. Yeah, thank you, sir. So yeah, good afternoon to everybody. As introduced earlier on, my name is Dumi Chirambo, and I was given an assignment by SISONEC to actually look at what kind of financing mechanisms we have here in Malawi with regard to loss and damage. In the interest of time, I will not go through the presentation as I prepared it, but I will just highlight with you the main points. So on your tables, you'll see that I have actually placed some other information, which is with regard to the financing mechanisms, as well as what laws and policies are there, or the enabling factors that are there for some mechanisms, and where we need to work hard on in the coming future. So just to give a rundown of what I will talk about loss and damage financing, the issues, the problems, then I'll delve into the financing mechanisms that we have identified. Then I'll also bring a question towards you as to how we can mobilize resources locally, and then I'll talk about the legal aspects, and then just some recommendations going forward. So yeah, so loss and damage is an issue that is not only happening in Malawi, it's happening globally. And I just took a statistic there from the United Nations to show that some of the appeals that they are doing with regard to disasters, loss and damage, and climate change responses are not actually being adequately met. And that's of course because, you know, the severity and the frequency of, you know, extreme weather events has actually increased. So the idea is to find out how we can actually optimize on the little resources that we have. We know that the loss and damage fund has been established, but we know that that's going to take a long time and it might not cater to all our needs. So what can Malawi do? So this is just an insight into what we can do, what we have. And again, I'll be getting comments from yourselves to try to figure out what you think is the most workable route going forward, as we mostly try to find out the resources that we can use into the loss and damage financing network or framework. So why was the study done? Oh, the first one is again to help with decision making. As we have more disasters and more calamities happening, we need to optimize how we use our resources. So if we know how we are obtaining the resources, then we might be able to leverage those resources with other resources. And again, as I spoke about the UNFCCC fund, which is coming up, we need to find out if the resources we have, the institutions we have, and the actors we have in Malawi, if they will be able to tap into those resources or be able to tap into that fund going forward. And the last but not least is where I spoke about resource mobilization. Also, we need to see if we have the potential to mobilize resources ourselves here in Malawi. Oh, sorry, I've just noticed that it's actually just my face showing, not the presentation. Okay. All right. Thank you. Yeah. So just going forward, as most of you are aware of the loss and damage issues, it is actually quite hard to conceptualize loss and damage or to actually differentiate between loss and damage, climate finance, as well as, you know, disaster risk management or even humanitarian assistance. If we look at the Paris Agreement, there is nothing specific about loss and damage financing, even though the wording was more to do with, you know, we need to work hard on a few things to understand or to improve understanding. And those are the 8 important things that loss and damage touches upon: early warning systems, slow onset events, and again, risk insurance and facilities, and again, non-economic losses, which again is something that I'll be talking about later on. But I think what is mostly important is to understand that some sort of loss and damage issues also transcend into the adaptation and mitigation. And I'll be explaining about that, because usually people ask that what is loss and damage and how can you differentiate between funding for loss and damage with adaptation, or loss and damage with humanitarian assistance. And those are also some of the things that we are trying to bring out from the audience, how they think we should actually be conceptualizing loss and damage. So I think most of the stakeholders here are interested in the third loss and damage there, number 3, which is unavoidable loss and damage, which are things that will happen regardless of, you know, existing adaptation and mitigation. But again, if you're trying to be less practical, then you've also got loss and damage, which is avoided, you know, by implementing projects, or can be avoided if you've got more resources. And again, I'll also be talking about the differences between avoided, unavoided, and unavoidable losses and damages. But again, that's just from the conceptualization aspect of it. I will not talk more about that, but I'll talk about this table, which shows some of the cost centers, let's put it that way, cost centers for loss and damage. So if someone is saying that I've got a project on loss and damage, what can they actually be focusing on? Because again, that's where most of the problems come in, because most people look at loss and damage as an issue to do with disaster risk as well as insurance. But if you can see from this table, we actually have decarbonization measures, which can be afforestation and any other methods, which is climate change mitigation. You can actually conceptualize your project using mitigation as a loss and damage project. You've also got behavior changes. If you are actually trying to spread awareness, that can actually be a loss and damage program or a loss and damage project, which needs financing. Then if you look at the other part, which talks about issues or programs to minimize loss and damage, then you can actually see that you've got, early warning systems. If you're putting in early warning systems, where I come from, right now we talk about it in terms of adaptation, but it also transcends into helping to mitigate or to reduce loss and damages. So again, that's why the table is there, just to show that, what can be done or what needs to be done. The most important one is, again, when you look at non-economic loss and damage, how can we fund it, or what programs are there for non-economic loss and damage? Then you see that, issues like counseling, most people right now, or most people that have been affected by maybe floods or cyclones, they do have some sort of, psychological traumas. So again, if your project is focusing on counseling or that sort of counseling as well as mental health, you can actually frame it as a loss and damage project. So again, that's just some of the things that I wanted to bring to your attention, because, sometimes people actually get the wrong ideas to what we're talking about loss and damage. And I've just made it to be quite broad, because as we go forward, as the UNFCCC fund is being implemented, maybe they'll come up with a better definition of loss and damage. So yeah, so from the research, we came up with about 10 sorts of sources or instruments which are actually being used by state and non-state actors here in Malawi to implement projects to do with loss and damage. From the tables, or from your tables or the handout which I've given you, I've actually brought them to your attention, and I will briefly talk about them in the next slides. So the first one is, again, climate finance, whether you're getting it from the existing adaptation and mitigation projects, adaptation and mitigation funding sources like the Green Climate Fund, that can actually also be a source of future loss and damage or even current loss and damage. And the program, the figure that I have at the beginning there is a project that was done in Malawi. It was for early warning systems. I think it came under disaster risk management, but again, it also transcends into loss and damage. Then you can also actually have project finance, like this project that we are doing here with Sisonec, where they've been trying to find out, how are people affected by floods in different areas. That can be bundled in as project finance, where the NGOs get their funding from different sources, and then they implement the projects, and they have some relevance to loss and damage. Humanitarian assistance, or even ODA, again, when a tragedy strikes, we see that many donors pump in money. That's what we are talking about. If you look at maybe even donors like the US government, USAID, they've got a Bureau for Humanitarian Assistance, which actually also funds organizations like the World Food Programs when there are flood appeals or when there is a need for food somewhere. So again, the web is quite complex, and then we have to actually separate it one by one. Again, insurance is something that most people are aware of. It could be insurance as a nation, sovereign insurance, or you can look at agriculture, where they try to compensate you if a calamity has hit your agricultural fields. Then we've got disaster risk finance. Again, that's a broad term. Within disaster risk finance, you see that they are contingent credit lines, there's disaster credit, and again, it just depends on who is providing the finance, if it's the government or if it's other people. The government of Malawi too has implemented a few projects that touch upon loss and damage, or that can have a relevance to loss and damage. And as you can see, we've got the tax which the government collects. Some of it is allocated towards disasters. I think 5% of the national budget is allocated as contingent financing to help with recovery efforts when a disaster strikes. And again, that's something also that I can be talking to you later on. The most important one is private finance, or from the private sector, which is hard to capture. But we did see last year when we had Cyclone Freddy, where individuals and companies through CSR and just through their own hearts were actually mobilizing resources, helping their villages, helping the national causes, and just responding to national appeals. So that's another source of finance. Then we've got biodiversity finance. In Malawi, we are lucky that UNDP has actually got a new project, which is actually looking at how we can mobilize resources for biodiversity protection. And that also touches upon climate change. and loss and damage in some extent. Again, when knowledge about loss and damage comes more prevalent, that's when maybe people start talking about mitigation and adaptation and including it in loss and damage. The other thing that we looked at was what modalities we have here in Malawi to raise local resources. So I looked at what's there on the international scene and tried to transcend that into the local scene. So for example, the solidarity levy, it's there in Cameroon and France, and how that works is that maybe when people buy an air ticket, a certain proportion of that money goes towards this levy, and that is the levy that the people that are contributing to this fund send, I think it's to UNAIDS. So that mobilizes about 200 million euros every year. So it's quite effective. To put it in the context of Malawi, we've introduced toll roads. We can actually say that maybe some of the money from the toll roads should be allocated towards a loss and damage fund, which can be established here in Malawi. The issue of financial transaction tax, again, on the international scene, they say that maybe, when people trade large volumes of stocks and bonds, there should be some money allocated towards climate finance or towards loss and damage. And I have actually transcended that in the Malawi context where we do have VAT. There's a possibility that we can lobby the government that part of the VAT from the banking sector should go towards loss and damage financing or towards a loss and damage fund. And last but not least is carbon tax. There are two options there. Malawi already collects a carbon levy from the fuel that we buy. We can negotiate with the Ministry of Economic Planning or Ministry of Finance to say that maybe 50% of the money that goes into the carbon levy should go towards loss and damage issues. Or the other one is to actually impose a tax on carbon markets. We have a very vibrant voluntary carbon market. From the reports, they say that we can generate about $73 million every year. So maybe you can say that 1 or 2% of that should be taxed and go towards a loss and damage fund, which will be run locally by different state and non-state actors or even the government. The other part of the presentation was looking at where we're doing right in terms of mobilizing resources for climate finance and where we can actually work harder with the shortfalls. And the idea being that that is also financing that will be used for loss and damage, because again, loss and damage is a third pillar. So what I saw as, or what we saw as a strength was that we've got the Environmental Affairs Department. They are the focal point for the UNFCCC. They go to the Conference of Parties every year. So they are able to follow the negotiations. In the morning also, you had Mr. Njelwa, who has also been instrumental on the GCF board and the LDC related boards which happen at the international level. So we've got that local knowledge and we've got the capacities. But a gap which I saw, or which we saw, was that in our national dependent contributions, we do not actually have loss and damage as an issue. So maybe going forward, we need to have that in the NDC so that people should be able to understand some of our challenges and some of our priorities with regard to loss and damage. The other issue that is there is technical assistance, whether people want to develop projects or whether people want to understand how to develop projects to attract international investors using innovative models. There is no technical assistance readily available towards them. The other one, again, was the disaster risk finance framework here in Malawi, where last year the Disaster Risk Management Act was passed on. They are going to have a disaster management fund, which means that money will be in the fund all the time, and that will help with our preparatory activities rather than just reacting when a storm or when an extreme weather event comes up. And again, there are some pieces of legislation which I've put there, which actually look at disasters, resilience, as well as, adaptation and mitigation. And I think the other thing was just that the local governments have got limited resources or limited mandates to actually try to get some loss and damage financing because of the way the central government and local government work. So again, going forward, maybe we can look at how the local governments can be empowered to actually implement their own loss and damage projects. Most looking at the preparatory works if we look at disasters. And I think, with the recommendations, the most important ones were to look at monitoring and evaluation, because if we go forward with how we have seen climate finance as coming and saying that we need more transparency, we need more frameworks for transparency, it's also something that we actually need to do here in the loss and damage sector. And again, climate debt is something that's coming up. I showed you the diagram of how the impacts of climate change are actually increasing every year when you try to quantify them. So there is a likelihood that there is some climate debt here in Malawi which is increasing. If we can actually do a study to actually say which debt is actually attributed to climate change, then maybe we'll be in a better standing to negotiate with the people going forward on the international scene. And the third one, again, is looking at what is the most innovative resource that we can actually tap into. And that's coming from the three options that I gave out about the taxation, or looking at the carbon tax, as well as looking at the financial transaction tax. We need to actually see which one is the easiest to implement and which one can actually generate the most money, so that, going forward, if we are lobbying the international sector, or we're lobbying the private sector, we are able to actually show them that, if you give us, let's say, $1 million to do this project, we'll be able to generate $100 million within 5 years. So that's the kind of thinking that I was thinking, that if we do that kind of study, we'll be able to quantify everything. And the last one is, again, what I talked about, having loss and damage as an issue, or as a focal point or a theme within the national determined contributions. So so that's the presentation, and that's the end of what I had to share with you today. Thank you very much. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Dumisani, for really walking us through. Thank you. That's it. Walking us through this presentation. And also, more importantly, giving us some sets of recommendations to think through. When you were presenting, I was nearly wishing you good luck, because I could hear you walk through what I can actually describe as technical landmines in the conversation, particularly when it comes to financing, because you've really spanned quite a number of issues that could elicit a lot of vibrant questions and discourse. Because I'm the moderator, my role is to protect you, so I'll not be the first to throw the stone. I will open it to the floor. And I'll start with Nicholas. Move back to the gentleman, come forward to the lady here. So you can actually have those three sets of questions first. Let's start from the front. You can start at the back if you are moving the mic. Just start at the back. Start at the back, no worries.
Yeah, thank you so much, Dumisani, for that presentation, and for giving us some funding mechanism, whether it's climate financing and disaster risk financing and loss and damage. I think all these technical. Yeah, but I just want to ask, on one of the slides, you touched on the issue of financing to local governments. Disasters or climate-related disasters and damage is actually local. But you see, most of this financing are centrally accessed and centrally managed. How do you look? How can we have a mechanism that local government, the ones that have been, they have a lot of climate-related mandates given to local government, heaped to local government, without corresponding financing. And most of this financing is actually at centrally located. How can we have a mechanism that will finance at local level, local councils, city councils, and even town councils or municipal or whatever? Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Let's move to the front, the lady.
Thank you so much. So I have two quick ones. My first question is coming on the solidarity levy that you tackled on. You've recommended like adding maybe 50 kwacha to the current price of fuel, as well as maybe adding 50 kwacha to target, like the current target fees. And I'm looking at the carbon levy suggestion that you brought in, because carbon levy is there already to help finance mitigation projects. So I just want to know from like the research that you are doing, like what have been like some of the reflections from the already existing carbon levy? Are we making progress so that when we say we are adding 50 kwacha, and because it's going to be the public, how do we help them understand that the current carbon levy is actually making progress and we are benefiting out of that? The second question, you mentioned about one of the challenges being lack of technical assistance for like private sectors, NGOs to develop climate finance projects. So I expect it to be one of the recommendations. You've recommended about like having a proper monitoring and evaluation system. So before we get to the monitoring and evaluation system, I think we should start with the technical assistance. First of all, maybe the government should work on this as you suggested. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Let's move to the front, further to the front.
All right, thanks. My name is Nicholas and I work with Christian Aid. Thanks for the presentation. A very quick question to you is, we are looking at sources of finance to support loss and damage. We have also talked about finance flows, and I think then you delve further into the delivery mechanism. The question is, you mentioned all types of sources of finance, all kinds of finance flows, all kinds of delivery mechanism. How do you address the question of convoluting the question of loss and damage fund? How is it any distinct anyway from the existing funds? Because you've talked of humanitarian, taxes, yeah, and stuff like that. I think that may be important really for purposes of taking this forward, because otherwise we are talking about all the kind of finance sources that we know. Then lastly but not least is definitely you mentioned the government of Malawi as a source of loss and damage finance. Would you consider really putting a rider to that when you are discussing about loss and damage finance, it is also a matter of climate justice guided by the principle of polluter pay? I think that rider should not really miss out. That's a critical aspect. Then lastly, why not development finance also addressing loss and damage? I didn't see that come out. Thanks.
Let's come to my brother. You want to give a go to those questions?
Okay, yeah. So yeah, thank you very much for those questions. They are quite insightful. And as I said, this is a project that's going on continuously. If you think of something else later on, please feel free to email us at CISONEC, because we are trying to still get some information from yourselves. So yeah, so going with what I've got here, the first one was about the local authorities. How can we improve access to loss and damage financing at local authorities? According to the regulations, local authorities, there's been a devolution. So local authorities can tap into different sources of financing. But again, the problem maybe could be the technical assistance that they need to actually develop the comprehensive projects. But again, it's work in progress. The other thing that I was talking about when it comes to the local authorities was that every year, local authorities actually do formulate their contingency plans where they estimate or they look forward as to what's going to happen. Like this year was an El Nino year. So at every local authority, they should have made some preparations. But the problem is they just don't get the adequate funding in advance. So it's a question of who can give these local authorities money in advance before something happens, because usually people react to something that is bad. So I think that's what I was trying to say. So maybe I should link that to technical assistance, that if we provide more technical assistance to the local authorities, they'll be able to understand or know where they can actually get the money, as well as get some maybe experts who can actually help them to develop credible projects for their vicinities or for their local authorities or for their beneficiaries. The other one was to do with the solidarity levy. Yes, the carbon levy is there for climate change. It's supposed to be collected from the fuel, and then it goes into a fund which was established by, I think it's EAD, or is it the Economic Affairs Department? On top of my head, I think when Cyclone Freddy happened, the government actually withdrew, I think 500 million from that fund, or from the money that was there to help towards Cyclone Freddy. So maybe it's a question of awareness as well as publicizing where the money is going. Because if you look at the 500 million that went there, then you can actually say that, yes, we do pay something towards our carbon emissions, or we do pay something towards the carbon levy. And when something happens, it is actually being utilized. So it's also a question of, how we frame it and bringing that information to the people if we want more people to actually contribute through these levies. And the third question again was to do with technical assistance. So yes, I think I'll put that also in the recommendations, that many organizations, the big ones, even the local authorities, actually do need technical assistance to understand what loss and damage is, and also to understand how and where they can get the financing from. And on the last question, yes, I did not talk much about the UNFCCC Loss and Damage Fund, because again, that one is still being actualized. I think it's only last year when they said that it's going to be the World Bank that is going to be the one managing that. So knowing how these international processes take, it might take up to 10 or even 5 years before we actually see some money coming in. So from our perspective, or from local knowledge, we are saying that maybe we should not focus on just waiting for that money to come to Malawi, but we should actually be doing some things on our own, so that we do have the capacity, firstly, to access that money when it's there. And we've also got our own sorts of funds available from local resources. So that's why we first came up with these 10. And then if you've got any other suggestions where you think that maybe we should disaggregate them more, or we should frame them differently, then okay, feel free to come to us. Just like you said that you did not see development finance. The reason I did not put development finance is I bundled it together with official development assistance, as well as with climate finance. So again, I cannot try to disaggregate those two if you want us to say that, development finance, how much money from development finance is actually going towards loss and damage. Thank you.
Thank you so much. The more you speak, the more it becomes clearer in terms of where the focus of your study was. But probably I could pick one or two more questions if there are questions. Going once. There is a lady there. Another aunt. Good. We give the opportunity to the lady. And as the microphone gets to the lady, what I'm largely hearing and from the study, the focus was more on where you can actually generate resources within the context of Malawi itself, without necessarily giving due attention to those international instruments. But you pointed to a few. The element of convolution is still there, which we still need to pay serious attention to. And again, where do you draw the lines between humanitarian, loss and damage fund, the adaptation, and where do they also connect and where do they mix? That is important. And the second thing that I'm also hearing, which is very important, is whether these mechanisms that a country, a less developed country like Malawi is applying, can be scaled up to the global level, but with proper coordination mechanism, so that the funding that is generated from such a kit is then ring-fenced for loss and damage with good access mechanism. So that's how I could probably construe it. My dear sister, proceed.
Thank you very much. Just a quick one. in terms of the process that the country is going through. I know that we are in the process of debating on the national budget. So just out of interest, I'm not sure when this study was done, but were you able to have an engagement with some of these things that you have mentioned? I think they're very important to have or to be necessitated with the government of Malawi to be able to discuss these suggestions, particularly now looking at the fact that we might be passing the budget very shortly, but also looking at some of the vulnerable groups that exist within the country. Just out of interest as well, I wanted to find out if these are some of the strategies or looking at some of the vulnerable groups like gender and youth and disability. Was that some of the areas that you were looking into as you were coming up with this research? Thank you so much.
Brett, I think you can take that one and then we wrap it up.
Yes. Okay. So yeah. So thank you very much. Yes, as you mentioned that, where does the government come in? Last week we actually had a validation workshop for this study, as well as another study that was undertaken by Sisonec and its partners. We invited different stakeholders from the Malawi government, first of all, to view what we have done, the recommendations, and also to see where we can move forward with the government of Malawi. So that was some of the takeaways from there. We can share with you privately, but yes, we are working on some of the problems that they identified with some of the things that we've done and how we can go moving forward. In terms of the budget, maybe this research, now that we have got the views from so many other people, we can actually use this research going forward when we want to lobby the government that, maybe this is where you're going wrong. This is where the leverage points are, and this is the reaction that we had from the different stakeholders. The other question was to do with the vulnerable groups, their integration, as well as how we have actually tried to put them in the study. In that regard, you might be aware that this is actually a study which has been done under the auspices of the Scottish government, as well as Sisonec and its various partners. And they did many studies on loss and damage spanning from about 3 years or so. You can see some of these organizations here have taken parts in different types of studies, not only on the financing one, but also looking at non-economic loss and damage. How are the people in Chikwawa experiencing floods? How do they react? What do they think needs to be done? So people like Trocare, they've have people on the ground who have actually fed into this research, in the sense that they are the ones who actually deal with the people on the ground level. And when I was doing my studies and asking them that, how are the people being affected by climate change and how are we providing the money to them, they are the ones who were able to actually say that, this is what actually works. This is actually what does not work, and this is actually how you think, or how we think we should actually move forward. So it's that sort of approach where you should not just look at it from the study just which I have presented here, but if you look at what was also presented last year and maybe even the year before that, they are all coming up to give a clear picture as to who the vulnerable groups are and how we can actually try to help those vulnerable groups moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you so much for responding to all the questions. I think another question that is in the floor, I'll defer to the subsequent session. But I think the case study, the analysis as presented indeed does demonstrate that there is a latitude to mobilize resources locally and to strengthen our immediate response to issues of climate-triggered losses and damage. We could, yes, indeed have a plan informed by our ability to raise resources locally. But again, we must also take into cognizance the limitations of African governments and what that portends. And we must also bring to bear perspectives of climate justice, which are extremely important. Some of the funds are premised on kind of solidarity framing. voluntary nature, corporate social responsibility, rather than accountability. So the critical question still remains whether you can treat charity as sustainable in context of worsening climate crisis, and particularly where you require well-defined, time-bound, and funding to scale to respond to disasters, whether actually you can rely on charity in that particular regard. That's an area that we'll continue to hold discussions about. Of course, carbon markets is also being thrown in there as a funding option within the presentation. Again, some certain other implications to think through in terms of what it means in our own context, which is important. But I think you raised important observations, particularly around the policy framework and ecosystems of laws, and how these can actually facilitate timely response and timely preparations for action. I think that is extremely commendable from a perspective of preparation, and the element of institutional outlay, which again is also important to ensure that you are well prepared to respond. But as we engage, then we must be also well guided by Paris Agreement in this particular regard. And we must also be well guided in terms of the kind of technicalities that the Global North will throw to us, even as we pursue loss and damage funding, so that again, we are also not caught up in that particular mix. Thank you so much again, my brother, Dumisan, for really taking us through this particular study and giving us a snapshot or a feel of what you found on the ground. From where I sit, I still feel you need to do more studies. Researchers, after they finish one research, they want to do another study. And I felt like you may need to interrogate the instance of these measures of financing climate change. What is the instance? How do they imply in a much more broad sense beyond the communities at the front line of climate crisis, including where those sources of funds are coming from? That's an area that probably you may need to investigate further, and also concretize concrete figures and look at the sustainability elements of that funding model within the local government. I want to pause this session here. We will be moving to a breakout session where we'll be having 3 groups, basically now focusing more on access issues to do with access modalities, which is extremely key. Access modalities and instruments, which are quite key. One group will be focusing on that at UNFCCC level, and the second group will actually be focusing on that, particularly at national and regional level, and the third group will basically look at other elements, particularly linked to participation in design of response measures, which is also very critical. These groups will be seated in different spaces, but from my end, what I would like to get clearly from these particular groups is, one, what are the gaps? Where are the gaps, or what are the gaps? That's the first thing that we want to get very clearly. And number 2, what are the opportunities within the context for us to create change? Where are the opportunities for us to create change within the context? And number 3, which is very critical, is how do we then position ourselves within that context? How do we position ourselves to be able to optimize on access to climate funds for African countries? So those 3 sets of questions will be very important. First, identifying where the gaps are, and equally where the opportunities are, but also more usefully, which is the third question, looking at how do we position ourselves within such a context to take advantage of the situation to optimize access to climate funds for African countries. Julius Goma, my brother, will be guiding us on where we shall be for this particular group task. And I want to pass the baton to Julius Goma for the next steps. Thanks. Over to you, Julius. Good. As Julius comes again, let's appreciate Dumisan again for the beautiful work and the context setting for this important and interactive session. Thank you so much, and be blessed as you do the group deliberations.
Yeah, thank you, Philip. Maybe it deserves a round of applause. And thank you, Dumisani, for taking us through. I really share what Philip has said. This is still work in progress. A lot of studies have already been done, and these are case studies so that other countries can also be able to learn on what can work, what cannot work at different levels. So if we are doing some studies in Malawi and we check some of the landscape, I think our colleagues from Kenya, Rwanda should also be able to see whether that is a similar landscape and how do we want to maximize on the national level mechanisms as we are getting ready to receive or to access funding from the international sources. So my humble duty is here just to call upon Ruth. Ruth is the one who has all the information about the breakout rooms. So maybe Ruth come forward and then brief us. Thank you.
Right. Thank you so much, Julius. So this is how we are going to break out from here. So we have 3 rooms. This is the first one. So this is a breakout room 1. This is Njovu, and Njovu is our breakout room 1. And we have Mbidzi as our breakout room 2. And we have Nsomba and Mademba as our breakout room 3. So Njovu is this one. And breakout room 2, which is Mbidzi, is the next room. So as you go out, the first entrance, your first door to your right, that's where Mbidzi is. It's a big room, it's just as this one. So we're going to gather in there as our breakout room 2. And for breakout room 3, Nsomba and Mademba. So for that, basically what we're going to do is we'll go out into the VIP foyer where we're having our lunch. As you get in there, the very first 10 to your left. You go through that corridor, and then to your left, you'll find Mpasa, Mbuna, and then to your right, you'll find Nsomba and Mademba. So we're going to go into Nsomba and Mademba. It's already set up. So basically, that's where we're going to be convening. So for these breakout rooms, basically, what we're going to expect from there, as Philip has already mentioned, we have Philip Nyasulu from Troka. As basically we have Troka as our host and rapporteur in breakout room 1, this room. So the report from the session is going to be presented by Troka. And then from breakout room 2, that's Mbidzi, you're going to have Concern Worldwide. And from breakout room 3, you're going to have Christian Aid. So from here, please let's go to the rooms that we need to be. Let's make sure that we also are very, very cautious of time. Thank you.
Right, just a reminder of the moderators. So we have Mr. Wongani Mugawa, who is going to lead us into the deliberations for breakout room number 1. And in this room, we are going to have Mr. Richard Sherman, who is a former co-chair for the transitional committee. And yeah, he's online already set. Then we are going to have Mr. Obed Koringo, who is a policy advisor from CARE International. We're also going to have Dr. Junis Undi, who is a lecturer in the Lilongwe University of Agriculture and Natural Resources. These are the 3 people that are going to help us to just set the scene. And then all of us are going to participate through a question and answer session. And then the second one, which is breakout room number 2, is going to be moderated by myself, next room. But in this, we are going to have 3 discussants. It will be Mr. Nicholas Abuya from Christian Aid, Professor Sosen Chiota from LEAD-C, and also Gertrude Siami from Caritas Zambia. The third breakout room 3 is going to be moderated by Chikondi Chavuta from Care International, but the discussants will be Mr. John Chipeta, Miss Lucy Mwase from Habitat for Humanity, and Brenda Murray from Green Girls Platform. So I think from here, looking at the time, we are going to have 1 hour for these discussions. After 1 hour, what's the time? Yeah, so this is almost 3:30. So the plan is to come back after 1 hour, so that will be 4:30. When we are coming here, the expectation is that all the session moderators and the hosts are going to agree on how they're going to share the outcomes of the breakout sessions. So I would like to call upon Shikondi and your group to go to Matemba, and that's the room, Matemba and Somba and Matemba. So Shikondi, you get your group. I'll be in the next room, and then this room will be hosted by Wongani Mugawa. All the best. Thank you. So I hope you already know the topics. So as you're going into the different breakout sessions, know what the group is going to be discussing. So maybe just as a reminder, those that are going to stay in here in breakout room number 1, they're going to be discussing loss and damage policies, assessing gaps and opportunities for access modalities and instruments for loss and damage fund. The next breakout session, which is number 2, they're going to be discussing assessing gaps and opportunities for setting up national and regional level mechanisms. This is readiness for accessing loss and damage fund. The third one is going to be assessing gaps and opportunities for participation of critical sectors and the vulnerable sectors in the design and delivery of loss and damage financing and technical assistance. Thank you. So feel free to choose which way to go, but at least let's make sure that we are all belonging to at least a particular session and then contribute. Thank you.
So good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon. Are we here? Are we ready? Are we as energetic as I am this afternoon? Okay, more than me. No, thank you very much. I would like to welcome you all to this session where we are discussing about the loss and damage policies, specifically assessing the gaps and opportunities for access modalities and instruments at the UNFCCC level. I would like to therefore encourage that all of you please do fully participate. My name is Wongani Mgawa. I'm the moderator, but I'm also joined by my colleagues from Troca, Philip and others who are hosting this session. And we will have a very wonderful discussion, which will be led by 4 panelists. Those who are leading on the technical, please confirm if those online have managed to join. But before we come to that session, I want to therefore start by introducing our first panelist. Our first panelist is Dr. Jonas Undi Zonzi, who is a lecturer in Energy, Environment and Climate Change at the Lilongwe University of Agriculture and Natural Resources. She focuses much on environmental science, but more recently, she has also written case studies about the loss and damage finance and the planning frameworks in Malawi. Please join me in welcoming her as she comes on stage. I thought it would be bigger than that. Thank you. You may be seated. Our second panelist is Obed Koringo, who is the CARE International Climate Policy Advisor. He supports the Southern-led climate policy advocacy. A big hand again for Obed Koringo. Online, we are supposed to be joined by, can you please confirm if we have the ones online so that I introduce them? Anyone helping us on that? But online, we are supposed to be joined by Richard Sherman, who is the former co-chair, Transnational Committee on Loss and Damage. They have joined. Maybe Richard, you can just say hi. If you can hear us. The technical. And we're also supposed to be joined by Yared Deme, who is the research analyst at the World Resources Institute. He's also sat in the negotiations representing especially the youth. Do we have also Yared? All right, so, but in absentia, can we just give them a warm welcome? I hope once the technicalities are sorted out, they'll be able to join. A warm welcome to the 2 colleagues who will be joining us later on. As we heard earlier today, we have the Loss and Damage Fund, which Currently, the gap has indicated that we need about 400 billion US dollars, but only about $700 million is what is available in the fund, which is just about maybe 17% or so. I just want us to begin by understanding from you, Obed, to say, you know, we know one of the barriers is that this funding already is small, but we know that even that fund, to access it, I think there are a number of gaps that are there. We'd like to hear from you, what are those key barriers to accessing such a fund?
Thank you so much, moderator. I think we've had this discussion over and over again, and it's good to, of course, look back and look at and identify what are some of those barriers and gaps, even as we look at developing or coming up with solutions. And one of the key barriers, I think, that has been mentioned since morning is around the issue of data. The issue around really capacity to model loss and damage and really articulate finance needs. This is really, really lacking. And currently, there's no proper process for systematic really collecting, recording, and also reporting information on loss and damage, and of course other related financial needs and really countries by country. Sorry. So I think this is one of the main barriers I'm seeing, and even if you heard from the IPCC focal point, we really do not have relevant, or we have minimal capacity to be able even to assess the loss and damage needs for us to be able to really even adequately know how much money is really needed. We need to be able to assess, and also we really need enough evidence and data to be able to help us do this. Another issue, of course, that also has been mentioned before that I also wanted to mention is around attribution. How do we attribute the disasters, the occurrence of adverse impacts to, for instance, loss and damage, and how really do we demarcate loss and damage from maybe adaptation? So this is really, really critical, and the issue of demarcating loss and damage and for instance, humanitarian assistance. So these issues really need to be clarified. Then, of course, other issue, which I think I can mention that we have learned from the existing financing mechanisms, is the issue of complex and restrictive access procedures, especially for, accredited entities. And these accredited entities, most of them are not local. These are mostly international accredited entities. So for the funding actually to be able to be easily accessed even at the local level, we also need to really interrogate these already existing financing mechanisms and learn from them, and especially not what to do, because most of them actually haven't really lived to their purpose, for instance. And last but not least, of course, we mentioned the inadequacy of loss and damage funding that actually we are currently grappling with. This is really a major issue that we need to deal with. And we, as Augustine said in the morning, we cannot, the loss and damage funding needs right now are at the tune of hundreds of billions of dollars. But what we have on the table is around 700 million. And we are not even sure that this is actually going to be actualized. So these are really, really pertinent questions that I think need to be addressed even as we start talking about accessing finance for loss and damage. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Obed. Richard online, I understand you have now joined. I want you to add on the key capacity issues. A number of them, Obed has talked about the inadequacy of the funds, the restrictive measures and the others. But as you respond, I also want you to talk about the co-financing requirement in how it also can be positioned so that it doesn't act as a barrier to accessing such funds, where, as Obed stated, it ends up now leaving those funds to be managed mostly or to be accessed by the multilaterals and other very, very big organizations. Richard? Perhaps we don't have Richard. I'll therefore come to Dr. Zonzi to say what other barriers can be, would you add, and also the issue of the financing requirement, how it can be positioned so that it is not another restrictive element.
Okay. You're asking about other gaps that are there in financing. Okay. According to what I've noted at UNFCCC level is that with regards to the past, maybe financing that has been there have been issues of complex application processes. So with the complexity of undergoing the application process itself, other countries have not been able to benefit from the financing that has been there. So similarly to the loss and damage financing, if there can be those complexities as we have experienced in the past, with the application process not being streamlined, I think countries that are vulnerable might not be able to benefit from such financing. Additionally, also there's been a lack of tailored support mechanisms. Countries that are affected by loss and damage, most of them which are developing and vulnerable, they have diverse needs. Others have needs in capacity. So there hasn't been like tailored mechanisms or maybe capacity building to build on those needs so that those countries should be able to access those financing. So maybe also that should be considered a gap, that as long as the support mechanisms are not tailored to specific needs at country level, maybe there should be gaps still that countries that are supposed to benefit might not be able to benefit from such. But also limited coverage of loss and damage events. We know that there are other events that are slow onset, like the sea level rises, especially for countries that are affected by such, and also maybe ecosystem degradation. Those events might not be captured effectively at the UNFCCC level so that the people who are suffering from those slow onsets can be able to receive the financing and be able to address the loss and damage that they have experienced. So the lack of coverage or maybe a lack of adequate capacities to quantify the non-economic loss and damage, such as slow onsets, I think that also might affect the accessibility of the funding, but also even in inequitable distribution of the fund itself. Politically, there are other countries which are more powerful than the others. And historically, those countries have been able to access more financing compared to others which are weaker. So that political strength also by other countries while others are weak, I think that is also a gap that has to be addressed at UNFCCC for countries that are more vulnerable. Even if they are weaker politically, they should be able to access the financing. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Zonzi. I understand Richard has joined. Already a number of gaps have been emphasized, and very interesting that you have mentioned the issue of tailored support, that countries cannot compete equally. Because others have more capacity gaps. And then you have also mentioned about the already powerful countries which have the capacity also getting a lion's share of the already limited resources. But I wanted to hear again from Richard, if you can add just quickly one or two more gaps. But I also want you to speak about the requirement of the co-financing in such gaps. Richard?
Thank you, moderator. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. And thank you to the colleagues in PACCHA for inviting me to speak. I'll try and be as brief as possible. So the governing instrument of the fund that was approved in Dubai sets out the delegation of authority from the COP and the CMA, the parties, to the board. And in that delegation, the parties request the board to make sure that there are certain provisions. So all the provisions are really captured in the functions of the board, in the section of the board, and they all link together. So no function is separate functions. They're all sort of part and parcel of a bigger mosaic, to use the term that we used for the last 2 years, right? So let me clarify on the resource allocation. It's directly linked to access modalities, and there has been agreement that there would be a minimum resource allocation to SIDS and LDCs, right? So there would be a guaranteed pot of money which will be set aside just for countries that are classified as LDCs and SIDS. So that would then, in a sense, try to alleviate this problem that in many cases, the bigger countries crowd out the smaller countries because potentially there could be more impact for mitigation and adaptation. But in this case, we're saying that the most vulnerable must be set aside. So one of the tasks of the board to conclude this year is to agree on that resource allocation framework, and for that framework to be reviewed and updated. The board is also mandated to develop a set of financial instruments which range from grants to concessional finance to other forms of non-debt-based finance, and that still has to be resolved. It includes things like access to parametric insurance. And so essentially what the fund would offer each country is a suite of options that could be tailor-made to the circumstance that they're responding to. So at this moment in time, there isn't a requirement on any co-financing. It's understood that because the fund is primarily catalytic in nature, it's not going to fund the full response to a climate disaster, but in some cases it may, right? So again, if you look at the Pakistan disaster from 2 years ago, in order to have $30 billion on hand, you're talking about a really large fund with a large amount of money is set aside or committed or available at any one point in time. So I'm assuming there will be long and tense negotiations on co-financing or leveraging or mobilization, but in fact, it's not a bounding component. Let me just clarify, the $700 million that was mobilized or pledged in Dubai is really in relation to the minimum requirement that is necessary to set up an independent secretariat within the World Bank. So the World Bank's policies on establishing such a fund like the Loss and Damage Fund is a minimum requirement of $200 million upfront and 3 countries. And so we were able to get a minimum requirement or a minimum amount of 700 million and at about 15 countries. And so we exceeded that expectation of just requiring 200 million. That money is not seen by developing countries as even part of the initial capitalization. It's just part of the launching of the fund process, right? So we expect to be in a position towards the latter part of this year to actually formally launch the capitalization process, so that the fund would be in place to start dispersing money at request from developing countries in early 2025. The access issues are really important because two of the access issues are part of the core requirements or the core conditions on the World Bank hosting the fund. And this is because we are forcing the World Bank to change the way it does business, even in a very small way, but we're trying to do that. And those two provisions are basically that the World Bank board agrees that this fund will provide direct access, right? We were not prepared to give back on the direct access gains that we've made. And two, that the World Bank board agrees that the current entities that the World Bank uses in their funds would be expanded. So we would expand the accreditation basis from the MDBs, the IMF and the UN system. So this would then allow our public sector development banks, even NGOs or civil society organizations to access. And so those are two elements where the bank board, we expect on the 5th of April, will either pronounce that it's able to host the fund and respond to the invitation, and that it's able to meet the conditions. And so that they have to formally do that by the 12th of June. If they don't do that, then the fund would exit the World Bank, and we would start the process of establishing the fund as a new independent
Richard.
Organization. So
just quickly, you've mentioned a very interesting perspective, especially where you've said that the World Bank will need to change its systems historically if it really has to provide the direct access. What I want you to also therefore add is how then do you see, as in the current setup, or the gaps that are there or would be there, especially for the most vulnerable? And I want to specifically mention the women, the youth, and the persons with disabilities, and more especially those at the front of facing the impacts of disaster, or effects of climate change. The same question I also want Dr. Oundi to get ready to also answer, but quickly, Richard, just in a minute, what do you foresee? Because the World Bank, as we know it, actually it has to really change a lot if that has to happen.
Yeah, thanks, moderator. So one of the 5 agreed access modalities is a specific small grant process, and in the language in the governing instrument recognizes vulnerable communities, their livelihoods, indigenous peoples, et cetera, et cetera. So one of the core things that we have to do this year is find a mechanism of providing small grants. And I would argue that we would need to provide something that is not a replication of the GEF small grants facility, which is run by UNDP. So this is going to be an important task, that we listen to civil society to help guide the board in what is the best mechanism to provide the resources to communities. And it specifically mentions the small grants for recovery, right, which is very important. So it means that the fund could actually come in quite quickly and support communities. So again, part of the development of the work this year.
Thank you. Dr. Oundi?
Yeah. Okay. Yes, okay. Thank you so much for that question. With respect to vulnerable groups, like people living with physical disabilities, and maybe women and children, at UNFCCC level, including even the financing, we have noted that there has been limited gender sensitivity, that the approach, even the financing that is undertaken, does not consider the unique needs of these vulnerable groups. So it comes as a package which doesn't consider these needs. So maybe if there can be change even at the World Bank levels, that people with vulnerabilities like these groups that we are mentioning should receive special recognition, because they have also unique needs compared to other people.
but also maybe the attention to this at UNFCCC level, that there should be adequate recognition of these people, that even capacity building, they should have their capacities built so that they should be able to participate in the activities, the adaptation activities, and also even the financing actions, but also representation. There has to be some representation of these vulnerable groups at that particular level compared to the business as usual that we have. Thank you.
Thank you. You want to add something?
Yeah,
Okay.
maybe I want to add the issue of locally led needs assessment, really combined with indices of climate vulnerability, is really, really important. And of course, ensuring that there is a window really for that is dedicated. Even as Richard has mentioned, the issue of direct access and learning from the small grants from Jeff is really, really important. So, but really having to ensure that there's in community ownership and leadership, really, to ensure accessibility of vulnerable sort of communities to fund, as well as decentralized and devolved governance systems, is really, really important. And having communities really engaging and participating even in proposal development, it will really, really be important, even in ensuring that they are engaged and they participate in providing solutions that really work for them. Yeah.
Thank you. We have talked extensively about the gaps. I know in some of the discussion already you have pointed out some of the recommendations. But before we go further, the audience shortly will also be coming back to you so that you can also input on this. But for the recommendations, I want to start with Yared, who has now joined online. You have heard and you know some of the gaps. Some of them you have also heard them here, and some of them you already know them. I want to begin with you to say, what then are the recommendations to ensure that we don't end up losing out on this loss and damage fund, despite all the gaps that we may have? Yared?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you. Apologies for joining you late. I was on a technical issues, but yeah, I tried to capture some of the things you were mentioning. So maybe as a recommendation, what I would like to say is, of course, maybe Richard might raise some of the main issues that needs to be sorted out through the Loss and Damage Fund Board. Just to highlight, one is the most important one, which I believe is the access and the delivery modalities. That is very critical, especially developing various modalities to facilitate African nations access to the fund resources, very, very critical one. Also, it's important to ensure the fund provides the direct and rapid access, especially for national governments following extreme weather events happening. So that's also something critical we need to look at and put modalities towards that one. The other one is also facilitating a direct access through national and regional entities, especially on issue related to programmatic approach that are relevant for Africa. So this is also more of on access and delivery modalities. The other one is also a critical one is also the financial instruments, especially in formulating a policy for the provision of mainly provision of grants or concessional resources and other financial instruments that are tailored to Africa is also very, very important when we are pushing for the financial instruments. Also, I wanted to emphasize especially on the grant-based support for loss and damage. We can't accept especially loan-based financial support as an Africa, as we are already existing debt crisis. So it's really important to consider significant even significant debt restructuring, debt swapping, especially for vulnerable countries like Africa due to disasters and recovery or reconstructions. Another recommendation I wanted to put is also on issue related to resource allocation systems. That's also something we need to give priority, especially for developing countries, for African countries, focusing those who are being affected frequently with cyclones like in Malawi and also drought in East Africa. Also, it's important to address and contentious issues, especially allocating framework for African representative with equitable funding as well. So that's also something we need to look at in. Another one is also the issue with regards to program approval cycle, with issue related to developing triggers is also something we need to look at the issue, especially when the crisis or the loss or the damage happening. It's really important. What are the trigger mechanisms to really approve that funding or that program or that support? So it's really important to establish some policies and frameworks.
You may be winding up. Just 20 seconds, please wind up.
All right. For the program cycles, it's important to consider. Yeah, ensuring triggers for funding do not really should not rely on indicators or other issues. Just maybe wanted to also reflect on some of maybe key challenges which I'm going to anticipate on the work of the Loss and Damage Fund. One is navigating the developed countries' preference, especially for limiting supports on prearranged finance and resilience building. That's which I'm hoping to see as a challenge. The other one is also addressing the preference more on loan-based finances over grant-based funding. That's also something we need to look at. Or as a challenge and confront. The other is confronting the push for financing from private and innovative sources over the public resources. I think for Africa, it's really important to look at to public financial sources, as we can't make the private sector or the innovative sources more accountable and predictable under the UNFCCC arena. So that's also something, some challenge we're going to look at.
Thank you, Yared, because of time.
Yeah, all right.
Thank
I
you
think
very much,
that is my
Yared.
last point. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Richard, just quickly, Yared mentioned you just in 30 seconds. What other opportunities can we use so that we don't end up on the losing side? I know that you are also, I think one of the board members, and then you have also had these roles on negotiating for this. What opportunities should we use to ensure that we are not on the losing side? Richard?
Yeah, look, I think there are many of them. I think you need to choose out of the elements of the governing instrument where you want to focus on and at what level you want to focus your attention on, right? So obviously, the provisions in paragraphs 28 and 29 of the governing instrument around consultative forums to be established by the fund, whether that's at the fund level or whether that's the country level. So if you look at those provisions very specifically, you can identify areas where you want to give, particularly the African board members, the LDC board members, the direction on how you see those provisions best working out. So do you just want a global forum for civil society, or do you want a regional forum or national forums? How mandatory do you want consultations to be? So these are the kinds of things where you can give the board direction, and there are many others. We are happy to share a document with the PACCHA colleagues outlining where the policy priorities are, and all of them can, we're welcome to take input from all of you on all those issues. Thank you.
Thank you. Before I come to Obed and Dr. Onde, I want to open it up to members, either who are participating online or who are in here physically. If you have a contribution, please raise your hand, looking at the gaps, opportunities, and how do we position ourselves. Yeah, I see a hand from Alice. I also see a hand here and also another hand here. So can we just do it in that order? As in front here, you'll be preparing in terms of, as you'll be winding up, how do we position yourself in line of the issues that you have mentioned? And also for you, Obed, Care released a certain report on the same. What does it say and how do we use that to position ourselves?
Zikomo kwambiri, ine ndine Alice Kathumba kuchokera ku Nsanje kuchene Women Forum amene ndili local partner wa Action Aid. Ine ndisanafike kuti ndifunse funso ndimangofuna ndifotokozeko pang'ono kunena kuti kunkhani za ma disasters kusintha kwa nyengo ngozi zogwa mwazizi muchichewa kwambiri amene timakhala oyambirira kuziona zimenezi ndifeyo ma local partners. Nkhani ya kuchita respond kwathandiza anthu aja within 72 hours timafika poti mwina 1 week kuti anthu ali m'makampu tisanayambe kuchita respond. Funso langa nkumati kodi nkhani ya funding kuti izibwera direct kwa ma partners, ma local partners ngati ifeyo zikulimba pati. Fwa nkhani imene tinayamba kalekale kukambirana zikuoneka ngati zikuvuta pena pake. Tinabweresanso nkhani ya shifting power ikukhala ngati imakhuza be komwe kuja kuti sizikutheka. Funso langa ndimafuna ndidziwe kodi zikuvuta pati kuti anthu aja zidzathandiza mwansanga. Zikomo kwambiri.
Thank you very much, Alice. I'll translate that for you. Alice is from Kuchene Women Forum in Nsanje. This is a local organization of women in Nsanje district. Basically, her question is, the local partners, the small scale partners or the grassroots partners, she feels that they are left out whenever there's a need for, there's an opportunity for grants to respond to such. Yet, when issues of disasters happen or issues of climate change impacts are happening, they are the first ones who actually provide that response. Yet the measures that are put in place, the instruments are too restrictive that they can't access them. And she has even mentioned to say, we have been talking about shifting power. I think you heard that. That is not happening in terms of the resources going directly to them so that they can provide that frontline support as things happen. Where is the problem? That's the question. So I'll let you to reflect on that. Then we'll come for the responses. Yeah. Then we can take the second one here.
Yeah.
Here. Yeah.
Thank you so much. My name is David Odali. I'm representing NGO Gender Coordination Network. Thanks for all the presentations. Quite inspiring. My question here is, as we are exploring the gaps, I haven't seen much on gender justice in relation to our responses to these shocks brought in by climate change. If you may recall, from our gender perspective, we have conducted a number of assessment in the aftermath of or during the disasters. You find that gender issues, I think we have not done much and we don't seem to be planning since they're not coming out. For example, you find that sexual exploitation and abuse, you find it's rampant in those camps and even in places where the disaster occurred. We have heard a lot on the exchange of donations, exchange, asking for favors, sexual favors. As a result of that, we have seen high increase in the number of unintended pregnancies. On infrastructure, we visited a number of camps. You find that let's say toilets, latrines and bathrooms for men and women, you find that there are those gaps. Bathroom and latrines for women could be right in the forest. We have those pictures in the trees, and for men and boys could be somewhere on the open. That is a symbol that gender sensitivity is not considered. My second area is on the monitoring.
Okay.
We can borrow a leaf from what had happened as we were responding to COVID-19. The government managed to disperse adequate funds to respond to that. But what did we hear? Misallocation, this and that, but there was a missing link, which was monitoring and evaluation.
Thank
And
you.
now, what is it that we are doing? Yeah.
So
thank
that we
you.
can monitor best the facts. Thank you.
Exactly.
Please
Thank you.
be concise because of time. I think there's a hand, and then we'll end with the hand in
All right.
front here.
All right, ma'am. My name is Anastasio Makula. I have a question, but before that, doctor, in your explanation, you have indicated that other countries are more powerful so that they can get these loss and damage funds so easily as compared to those that are less powerful. Now, my question is, what should be done to make sure that those countries, they have also benefit to these funds? Because these countries, they have contributed little to the climate change. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll end with here. Yeah, please.
Thank you very much. My name is Tasizio from Trokea, Malawi. Mine is just a suggestion or a recommendation in relation to what Richard said about utilization of small grants to focus on vulnerable groups, like what Alice is saying. But I'm still troubled to say, even with a smaller grant, it will come with also recommendations where, from the perspective of a local organization, it will still be too complex. So what if the focus should be on first focusing on the vulnerable aspect or the vulnerable content that is being presented by a local organization, like where Alice comes from, and thereafter, after considering an organization like where Alice comes from, then we can capacitate them on how best they can manage the resources. Because I feel like most organizations, especially local organizations, are judged more on the criteria they have used to make the application, ignoring the critical issue at hand, which does not go anywhere. So what if we start with the vulnerable issue at hand, and thereafter we carry them along through the capacity building process to help them manage their finances? Thank you.
Thank you. The final question will be there. Please, Richard and Jared, prepare, because we'll end with Obed and Dr. Zonzi here. So just prepare. We'll take the last question. Yes.
Okay, my name is Christopher Hachi from Zomba, Kadicom, mainly from the community. So I will continue with my vernacular language. Yeah. Kwambiri ine mangufuna ndiyamikie chifukwa cha chilinganizo chimene chili chipinda chino. Koma ndimatifuna ndifunse kunena kuti koyambira kuja akuluakulu amene ayankhula kumawa kuja ndimamva akukamba zoti ndalama yapezeka kale, koma pakusowekera kuti anthu ayike bridge kuti ndalama idzafike ku Africa kuno igwire ntchito. Ndimafuna ndidziwena kuti kodi chikulepheretsa zimene kuti zichitike nchani. Kachiwiri ndimafuna ndingopereka ndemanga kunena kuti nthawi imene ma project akugwira ntchito kudera pamene funding yabwera ndikumaona kuti akumakhala ndi nthawi yochepa. Sizingatheke kuti pazikhala ndi kanthawi kokwanira muna 2 years, 3 years, kapena 1 year, cholinga chonena kuti impact ya project izikhala kuti ikuoneka. Zikomo kwambiri.
Thank you very much. From him, 2 questions, some of them related to what we've already, some have asked. The first one is, there was a mention already by Richard that 700 million is already there to be used for the loss and damage. But he has heard that The challenge is the one to manage that fund. That's where we are still grappling with to ensure that either they are confirmed and then we can start. Yet it's taking long. The damages are still continuing. So the question is, where is actually the problem? Why the delay? Why are we taking long? So I think we'll be able to speak to that. And then the second one was, he proposes perhaps that we should have longer term projects so that at least there can be more capacity building, and also we can give time so that we can see impact. So all of us will be, all the panelists will be part of responding to the questions. So let me begin with the Yared. Quickly, you can take maybe one or two questions, and then we will come to Richard, and then we'll be going in that order. Yared?
Yeah, can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah, I think maybe I can reflect on the point raised on the issue of small grants. That one actually been incorporated during the previous discussion or during the transitional committee discussion. So it's important to really find a ways how the small grants can have an access to the issue. But maybe while I was mentioning earlier as well on the issue of allocation, that's also something we need to consider as well with the small grants, especially when the extreme end loans aid responses and when the economic, even non-economic losses are happening. So especially to address those kinds of things, or those that are not that much bigger or seen visible, especially on the issue of non-economic losses, it's really important to have access to the small grants, and maybe the organization, civil societies needs to prepare for that one as well. The other thing is also the issue with regards to trigger-based funding. I think it's important to have that, or that's also a critical things that we need to really ask and have on the program approval or cycle, or in developing some triggers. So that kind of what are the triggers is the question that we also need to look, and based on what's happening on the ground, we need to come up with some kinds of suggestions to consider that kind of triggers. Especially, it's important to ensure funding on for immediately provided during the climate-related extreme events. Yeah, these are some of the reflection I can provide.
Thank you. Richard, if you can also speak to what the problem is, because we already have funds. What is the problem? You also speak to the issues of the gender justice that some feel that in the conversation is not yet coming out quite strongly. Over.
Thank you, moderator. So thank you very much for those questions. I think let me take three of them all together, and that's this issue of how we do the power shifts, how we have more balanced access for all countries, and how we deal with the gender justice issues. So my sense is we have the political mandate from the COP and the CMA to address all these issues. So they are captured in our governing instrument, and therefore they are our direction, and there are our lighthouses almost. But what we have to do is find a way to operationalize these that actually works for people, rather than having constitutional rights that many of us have in our countries that don't actually protect vulnerable groups or women or young children from sexual abuse or what have you, right? So this is the real challenge, is how to turn what is agreed by parties as the basis of this fund into something that actually works. And then this goes back to the question from Tasisu around how do you actually provide small grants to vulnerable communities, but also at the same time help them along the way of being able to manage those grants. And again, it's a very useful suggestion, and we're happy to engage with you more and with the other board members to see how we can actually develop a proper small grants facility. But I think also what we need civil society in Africa to think about is what would you want to do, right? So there's not just the fund, there are also these things called the funding arrangements, and you could actually create your own funding arrangement and access the fund and actually drive the community-based small granting system rather than it being driven by the fund and the board and Washington. So I think we do need to understand better how to delegate authority to civil society organizations in Africa. Then finally, the delay has primarily been the problems with developed countries not nominating their board members. So we haven't been able to meet this year. We're only meeting at the end of April. So we would have lost technically 4 months of our work, and we don't have those 4 months. But so we're behind on things, and yeah, we'll just have to try and catch up. And I think the importance of civil society holding us as parties and as representatives of the groups to account is great. And I would suggest to Pakcha that we institutionalize a process whereby we have regular interactions with the African board members, the LDC board members from Africa, and we can brief you and you can share views with us and you can hold us to account. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Richard. Dr. Zonzi, before you respond to the other questions, there was a question which also mentioned a local example on the COVID-19 funds, that funds were disbursed and they were abused. So what monitoring mechanisms can be put in place, for example, to ensure that if we have such funds coming, they should again not end up being abused? And then you can also speak to any other questions that you see you can respond to. Finally, I also want you to include how we should position ourselves in light of the gaps that you mentioned, the contextual issues for the politics, the lack of capacity. So how should we position ourselves?
Okay, thank you so much. At national level, as per that question of maybe not appropriating the funds, we also noted that much as we are talking about maybe local financial arrangements, but also international financial arrangements, but if we are also not ready at local level, we might have those funds, but they might not be able to do its work. So at national level, through like Environmental Affairs Department and DODMA, there's been discussions on maybe institutionalizing the loss and damage fund, that there should be an institution or institutional mechanisms that can be handling that financing, as well as also being accountable to that financing. We think if we can't have that institutional arrangements, we might face those particular problems. So that can be solved in part by institutionalizing that fund and being able to also making sure that we are able to track that particular funding within that particular institution. So those are the arrangements. The other question was on the political, that other countries are stronger politically and others are weaker, and hence influencing also the access to financing. So with regards to that question, we think as countries that are being affected by loss and damage heavily, we should be able to negotiate at UNFCCC level to put deliberate efforts that financing should not be based on maybe political strength, as it has been in the past, maybe with adaptation financing and other financial mechanisms, but should be based on vulnerabilities, as well as also sectors that a particular country is depending on. Because naturally, for example, Malawi, we depend on highly vulnerable sectors like agriculture. So we might not be politically stronger, but we are vulnerable even from our economic basis. So we think if we can lobby for that kind of arrangement, as countries, even those that are weaker, should be able to benefit based on the vulnerabilities part.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Undi. And Obed, there was a question on the need for longer term projects and not short term projects if we really are to address the root causes and really have that impact. So I want to hear what's your take on that, because that's the proposal coming from from some of the members here. And again, now I want you to share what are some of the recommendations from your study in terms of how we can position ourselves to ensure that we don't lose out on the loss and damage funds.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Before I respond to the question, allow me to mention something that I didn't mention in terms of the recommendations. I think one of the as the board probably works on the access modalities is the issue of how are the beneficiaries going to be identified, and how can this really be streamlined? So which, for instance, platforms or databases that can be developed, for instance, especially in partnership with governments, in either mapping out high climate risk geographical communities so that these beneficiaries can be easily identified. And of course, issues around use of course, accessible and appropriate payment systems. Of course, whereby the board should also consider payment options that really meet the unique needs of different beneficiaries, of course, when it comes to accessing the finance. Then there's also the other issue of how do we also learn from the experiences, for instance, from the enhanced direct access modalities, for instance, by Adaptation Fund, where, of course, it provides for screening, review, and also selection of projects to be done at the national, subnational level with, of course, stronger stakeholder engagement in decision making, and without, of course, necessarily making this also a very rigorous process at the national level. So how can we simplify this? And last but not least, of course, how do we really, as we position ourselves, push for strengthening and prioritizing of decentralized and devolved funding structures? For instance, in Kenya, we have county climate change funding mechanisms, which I think are really, really important in ensuring that this funding gets to the local communities in a timely manner. And of course, the issue of NDCs was mentioned before. And this, of course, also responds to the questions on long-term funding. So how do we embed the issue of loss and damage in the NDCs, where we have sort of projects and programs that can be funded and quantified within the NDCs, which is really, really important. And in terms of long-term financing, I think this year we know that we are going to have a new climate finance goal. And what we are pushing for as civil society organizations is because so far we don't have a proper mechanism under which loss and damage is going to have a long-term financing. So how can this be embedded within the new climate finance goal, the NCQG, as a sub-goal of loss and damage? And I think this is one thing that we are pushing for, and we hope that negotiators and also people like Yared and Richard can also help in ensuring that we have a loss and damage sub-goal within the new climate finance goal in order to provide for the long-term financing. And last but not least, in terms of positioning ourselves, we as civil society organizations really have a very, very big role to play in developing reports, documenting, and generating that evidence that is really important in really providing for and pushing, providing evidence to be able to be used even in the negotiations and even as we push for more financing for loss and damage and also access. Having said that, of course, as we mentioned, as CARE, We have developed recently developed a report which documented 10 climate-related catastrophes, which of course include drought in East Africa, Afghanistan, of course, heat waves, floods, cyclones, including this recent cyclone Freddy, and of course, sea level rise. And of course, this report is a contribution by CARE Denmark and Danish Red Cross, of course, which looks at deepening understanding on economic and non-economic losses and how it has been experienced by people and communities, and of course approaches developed to respond to climate disasters. I think most of the issues from the reporters have already been mentioned, but just to highlight some of the key findings, of course, there is the report shows that there's significant disproportionate impact on vulnerable people, and especially those who are poor, the women, children, IPs, and of course, who have fewer coping mechanisms to face the impacts of, of course, in short and long term. And of course, the report also mentioned that addressing loss and damage necessitates a multifaceted solutions, whereby, of course, climate impacts are complex, and one climate disaster can intensify impact of another. So in terms of, I don't want to really go into very many words, but in terms of key recommendations, and one of those is, which we've already mentioned, is that ensuring that, and I think I like what the mama said, whereby those who are the front line of these disasters really need to be engaged. Local actors who are at risk really need to be engaged and capacitated. And these frontline communities are the first responders, and they need to be engaged in developing those locally led solutions and designing context-specific, of course, local needs, really driven system. So these are some of the recommendations. I don't want to bore you with a lot of words, but of course, one of those also is about scaling up anticipatory and early action to minimize loss and damage. How can the new loss and damage fund really, how can we have new and innovative funding mechanisms which are designed with flexibility to support anticipatory action so as to minimize the losses and damages. So yeah, these are some of the recommendations, but I'm happy to share with you the report. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Obed. We have now come to the end, but before we close, I just want to invite our rapporteurs to just give us the key takeaways. I know writing, as we are also discussing here, they may not be conclusive, but at least let's get what are the key things that you have picked, and what we want to hear from you are the key gaps. You can just highlight a few, the opportunities, and then how we can position ourselves, including the recommendations.
Thank you very much. On key gaps in relation to access modalities in accessing funding for loss and damage, the presenters have bemoaned on access to evidence data to use as a catalyst for accessing such finances. They also highlighted issues on complexities involved, especially from accredited institutions, to actually access funding opportunities. Political influence as well was another highlighted factor, where countries with more political stamina have actually trampled on countries that are vulnerable, but have got less political stamina. On co-financing position requirements, developed countries are being asked to work on developing frameworks that at the end of the day will guarantee financing that is being set to countries with evidence on loss and damage. On access modalities in specifics to the youth and vulnerability, a recommendation that is coming out clearly is on utilizing an opportunity for small grants formulation that will target such groups. Coming to key recommendations, number one, it's time where we now consider grant provision as a major preference, specifically to countries that are vulnerable. At the same time, we are also talking about grant-based projects should have at least a longer period of implementation so that we have got enough evidence to be generated on the same. And the development of a small grant facility to support local organization in relation to what Alice was bemoaning about. Resource allocation systems where the focus should be on victims frequently affected by climate change disasters should also be a main key. And coming to monitoring mechanisms for finance access, in specifics of Malawi, we are talking about Environmental Affairs Department and Department of Disaster and Risk Management to work on institutionalizing loss and damage fund access to enhance issues of accountability. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. A big hand once more to our rapporteur. They have not finished, but at least they have managed to capture some of the key issues. A big hand to them, please. And finally, I want to thank our panelists once more who were here. We had the Richard Sherman. We had the Yared. We had Yared Deme, and we had the Dr. Junis Undi, and finally we also had Obed Koringo. Many thanks for your insights that have led to this discussion. This has been very helpful in terms of inputting, highlighting the gaps, the opportunities, and how we position ourselves. I don't know if our colleagues online you are there, but thank you very much. This marks the end of our session. A big hand to thank them as they go to take their seats. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Hello. Good evening. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time to take our tea. We are having 20 minutes time from now so that we come back at 5:15 for the next session.
Check, 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 check. Okay.
sit down, we get started. Oh, it's not working. I kindly request everyone to sit down, we get started. Those who are standing behind there, please take your seats. Please, those who are standing, take your seats, we start. My name is Jessica Mwanzia. I lead climate finance work at PACJA, and my work here is very easy to organize the reporting from the groups. I'm not going to go into what has been discussed because I don't know, apart from where I was. I would like to introduce these groups one by one for the rapporteurs to take us through what they have discussed. And I'm going to start with number one. Group number one. Is the rapporteur in? Please come. You are much welcome. You have 5 minutes.
Very much. With me are proceedings from breakout session room 1, where we were looking at loss and damage policies, assessing gaps and opportunities for access modalities and instruments. The discussion pointed around on gaps in relating to accessing modalities to loss and damage financing, where the presenters and the participants highlighted the following. Number one being, we have little evidence to base on as our data to catalyze our access to loss and damage financing. At the same time, we also have a problem with attribution, where we're experiencing challenges to demarcate between loss and damage from other thematic pillars like adaptation and mitigation. We also have competitive as well as restrictive access procedures to accredited entities to access loss and damage. And the other gap that was identified pondered around complex application processes that sometimes retard access to loss and damage finances by countries. We also highlighted political influence to play a role where countries with an advanced political influence tend to benefit more from finances surrounding loss and damage compared to countries that have got less political influence, despite that such countries that have got less political influence are also greatly impacted. We went on to highlight financing positioning requirements, where among others, we believe that if there could be a developed framework that would act as a guarantee on an amount of finance set by countries in terms of generating evidence on loss or damage. May those that are online please mute their mics. Those that are attending online, we are requesting you to mute your mics. Thank you. On co-financing position requirements, we believe that if countries are to develop frameworks that specifically focus on generating evidence, then maybe at least we can talk about beginning to access loss and damage financing. On access modalities in specifics to the youth and the vulnerability, the greatest suggestion that was coming out under such was to capitalize on small grants that are actually offered. And if they're not offered, maybe it's high time that we considered formulation of avenues that facilitate the formulation of such small grants. Coming to action points and recommendations, to which some of them have already alluded to. Number one is the focus now should be on more grant provision And at the same time, we should focus on resource allocation systems where the focus should be on victims frequently affected by climate change disasters. We should also have a deliberate establishment of policies for African nations to position themselves on access to loss and damage financing. And we should also see an increased preference to grant-based financing. Key focus should be on considering the vulnerability of local organizations accessing grants, then focusing on building capacities for such organizations to manage such fund. This was highlighted considering the fact on the complexities that surround applications to do with loss and damage, whereby local organizations that do not have the institutional capacity are mostly barred from accessing these finances. There is need to develop a small grant facility to support local organizations that would be interested to seek for opportunities in the loss and damage. And at the same time, grants that are actually offered should be on a long term in order to come up with a materialized level of positive impact in the communities to which these grants are targeted to. The last issue that we talked about was on monitoring mechanism for finance and access, and we unpacked this in the context of Malawi, where we said institutions like Environmental Affairs Department and Department of Disaster Management Affairs should work on coming up with an institutionalizing framework that would act as a monitoring accountability tool for loss and damage access finances. Thank you very much.
We are going to have some questions. Maybe you may respond to them or your group members.
On va accepter quelques questions, peut-être venant des membres du groupe.
Group 1 has presented. I open the floor
groupe
for
a
any questions
présenté.
and additions from the group members.
Maintenant, s'il y en a des
The
questions,
additions from the group members, but the questions is for everyone. Is there anything that he has not presented that you had asked him to present on your behalf? The answer is no. I request any questions to be presented to the group to respond. Anyone with question? Anyone with concern? Anyone with addition? Yes.
Good afternoon. My name is Toshan Mwenda. I'm representing YODEP. Thanks very much for good presentation and coming up with those recommendations. Let me commend you for coming up at least looking at those small or local organizations that fail to access funds from international organizations because of the processes. So I feel by coming up with that, that means to should come up with some of the processes that the local organization will be able to access those funds. Because by just maybe adding them to be part of, and compete with international organizations, that's not possible and it cannot work. But thanks very much. Yeah.
Thank you for those comments. Anyone else? There?
I think there's something that was mentioned that I didn't hear. Probably, maybe I'm the one who didn't hear from the rapporteur. The issue of trigger-based funding, which is really a mechanism that is based on reliable early warnings and predefined risk threshold for climate-induced calamities. So this also was proposed as one of the key recommendations, of course, in terms of enhanced access, trigger-based funding. Thank you.
Le financement qui est lié directement aux événements.
Financing.
Donc là, on parle de financement qui est déclenché par des événements.
And Any other comment? Any other question? I think the rapporteur has no questions to respond to. They were just comments. Thank you very much. I request every rapporteur to make sure that they have given me their notes for
Je demande à chaque rapporteur pour me donner leur note, d'assurer que j'ai leurs notes.
I'm hearing some translation. I don't know, I think French or something. To give a big clap for that group.
Qu'on félicite le groupe.
Thank you very much. I hereby usher in the next group, that is group number 2, to do their
Merci beaucoup.
presentation.
J'invite maintenant le
Welcome.
groupe 2 qui va faire sa présentation. Merci. Bienvenue.
I'm Thomas Chimpanzee. I work for Concern Worldwide. I'm here to give a report from what we discussed in the Black Room 2. We were discussing on the loss and damage policies. We zeroed in on assessing gaps and opportunities for setting up national and regional level mechanisms. Our main focus was on the readiness for the loss and damage financing, considering that the fund was discussed, accepted, and operationalized at the recent COP28. The first area or the first questions to discuss were around what are the knowledge gaps that are there to address the loss and damage issues. Some key gaps that we identified include the lack of understanding and definition around the loss and damage. It seems at all levels, at the national level, even at the community level, even some stakeholders, they don't really understand what loss and damage is. And there is also lack of policy direction, not just policy direction, but even in the contexts, like maybe where there are some policies in place, but the ability of putting the policies into action is not also that much visible. Like for example, here in Malawi, we have the new DRM Act, but maybe we are not seeing much actions out of that. There's also issue to do with the lack of capacity among the stakeholders to address the loss damage issues around who should coordinate or manage the loss and damage fund. It was not clear, but we were lucky that we are told that the fund is going to be managed by World Bank, the ones who are going to coordinate and to manage the fund. The other point was also around weak early warning system. Like mainly due to lack of equipment, especially the modern equipment for the relevant institutions, like maybe the meteorological department, they do not have maybe some some modern equipment so that they should be able to generate and the weather information. We also had to discuss around what gaps and opportunity are there to inform the policy and action. We had to realize that the DRM concept is even not well defined and understood by all the stakeholders. Like for example, issues to do with mitigation works and adaptation works. They are interchangeably used. Maybe even partners, they do think that maybe they are implementing adaptation activities, but they are mitigating activities. So that as well, we see it as a problem that maybe there is no that
understanding about the whole DRM concept. There was also issues to do with the lack of significant data to inform evidence and decision making, because the absence of data will limit your ability to advocate for maybe issues or actions. So in the absence of that data, it's very difficult even to convince donors that they have to pull or channel a lot of their resources towards the loss and damage fund. There's also issues to do with the lack of capacity and equipment to generate evidence for advocacy, issues to do with the I've already talked of the mitigation and the adaptation thing. We also had to discuss on what mechanisms should be done or should be used to channel the funds to the community level or to the front line, and how the current policies can be adapted in the way that they should be able to help address the loss and damage issues. We observed that like there are already some other actions, or maybe there are already some other structures that are already functioning on the ground, that are also maybe implementing their initiatives around the microgrants. Like, for example, we have the VS&L groups in the communities. So we thought that there is a need to reinvent the wheel, in the sense that we may use the already existing actions that are happening on the ground. We just need maybe to help them on how best they can do it, so that they should also contribute to addressing the loss and damage issues. There's also a point around some African countries are failing to put in place the policy frameworks, which may help to address the loss and damage issues. The issue also to do with the quantification of the non-economic losses like death, the loss of grapes, culture, is still not that clear as to how it can be calculated. We also had some few general comments from the audience, which include community involvement. We also observed that there is a need that the community themselves, they have to be involved in all the processes, from designing the activities, what can be done, how can we monitor, etc., so that we should be able to address the needs, because it was observed that maybe some other initiatives, they use a top-down approach, in the sense that we miss addressing the real needs that people the real needs that people are facing. So when people are involved in all the processes, that will also help to instill ownership and as well the sustainability of the initiatives. There was also issues around transparency and accountability of the fund. It also has to be clear. There is also limited sharing of learnings and experiences. There is a lot of the climate resilience activities that are happening here in Malawi, but there is no much sharing of what is happening, what is working, what is not working, why is it not working. So that is also one of the gaps. The other point was also, it also has to be clear as to at what stage of the DRM cycle should the loss and damage fund be triggered. That also has to be clear. Last but not least, in conclusion, we also captured a few points, like the loss and damage fund has also to be flexible enough that it can also be even used for the early actions after a predictable disaster. It should not be rigid. Even if you want to do an early action, we should still be able to use the loss and damage fund. And there's also need to empower the communities. We should also use research, like for example, here we have the academia, like here we have some lectures from MAST who are also doing some research on loss and damage, which is something which is also a plus. Last but not least, there's also need to ensure that there is a complementarity
between the humanitarian response activities and the resilient building initiatives, so that we should be able to leverage on the humanitarian interventions that are happening, so that they should also help to support the implementation of some other general climate resilience building activities to help address the loss and damage issues. That's all from our group. Over.
Thank you very much for taking us through your the presentation. I open the floor for any additions, comments from the group before we move on to questions. If there is a point you feel that it has not been presented, group members. Okay, that means that the rapporteur has done a good job. I open the floor for any questions. If you have a question, please. Yes.
Thank you very much, Group 2, for your good presentation and also good recommendations. Basically, I would want to base on your recommendation on the use of involvement of local structures. Mine first to start with a comment like here. We have only, if I'm not wrong, one chief. Issues of climate justice, we need community leaders. Each and every project has a lifespan. By the end of the day, the organization leaves. We leave all whatever I've done to the community leaders as a sustainability. So if they are not involved at all, we go there, if we tell them one or two things, by the end of the day, we leave, they'll say, oh, this project was for Action Aid. They have gone, they start now destroying because they have not been involved at all. Because they shouldn't be involved on the projects only, but right here, when you are making those policies, they have to be part of. They have to be part of seeing what we are seeing here, how people suffer during disasters. That's what I wanted to say, that at least also, so maybe next time when some of this conference organized, let's put a deliberate effort so that we have chiefs, committee, those people that are influential. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. The rapporteur has taken note of that. The community leaders and especially chiefs are supposed to be involved in this kind of discussions. Any other question? Let us clap for that group. They have done a good job. Thank you very much, Group 2. I hereby welcome the last group, number 3.
Thank you so much, the moderator. So with our group number 3, we were looking at assessing gaps and opportunities for participation of critical sectors in the design and the delivery of loss and damage financing and technical assistance at national and regional levels. So in our discussion, key points that I can highlight as key points is that number 1, there is need for engagement and consultation. We narrow down to youth, children and women, considering the alignment of the UN Charter on the rights of children. So this point came out clearly that much as we may claim to have engaged this group, but then there is still a gap that we need to address on that one. Secondly, there is an issue of coordination in the fight against the access on loss and damage funds in terms of how we coordinate as a team from the multidisciplinary point of view, that indeed we need to always talk or engage in order to have access to these funds. We should also start with what we have. I think from, was it the speech by the Honorable Minister this morning, there was mentioned that we need to start with what we have, and we feel that this is also a very important kind of thinking or mindset that we need to adopt. And then from what we have, then we can look around from other sources in order to advance our agenda on loss and damage. Then another point was on the climate financing mechanism. Should be targeting the children deliberately. Here we had a reflection on a study which has been done by Save the Children, which has indicated that about 2% of the interventions on loss and damage actually target children. So already you can see this is a very low percentage in terms of reach out to this group of people. However, we brainstormed that much as we have these challenges, there are opportunities which we can utilize. Number one, like in the case of Malawi, we have got social protection programs, which can be linked to loss and damage as one of the opportunities. I think for those that know how the social protection programs work will agree with me. I know they are traditionally done, but we wanted them to be linked to loss and damage as one of the innovation. But also, as an opportunity, our colleagues, one of the panelists, like Habitat for Humanity, they have come up with the 8 prototypes of house designs, which are considered to be climate resilient. I think with that, we can also advance that agenda as one way of trying to link to issues to do with the loss and damage. But also we have an opportunity that prior to COP meetings, for example, we have COP29, which is coming, but behind the scenes, there are meetings that are happening. For example, Santiago network meeting has just finished today. And I know there will be coming meetings ahead for the loss and damage board, they are meeting. And then we have also other meetings for the EXCO committee, for the UNFCCC. And these platforms could be used to build alliances to advocate for flexibility in the way we access the loss and damage fund. So those are some of the opportunities that we can also utilize. But in addition to that, research has shown in the African universities that we have enough data on loss and damage and the other areas on climate change, which can be used to substantiate our claim on competency. Because here I'm looking at a scenario for the loss and damage fund where we are creating another green climate fund. So we don't want to go through the hassles that we already know about the green climate fund. As in the recommendations, we are saying that we need to work in a multidisciplinary approach, whereby we don't need to work in silos. And in this case, we have got the national and the regional frameworks that can work together in order to ensure that the loss and damage fund accessibility is easy, so to speak, if I want to call it that way, but something that can be accessed locally within the timelines that it is expected of. Number two, we really need to have a decentralized mechanism where regional or national structures are able to access the funds timely. Yes, much as we appreciate that the World Bank has been earmarked to be the one to manage the funds, but we are already looking at the hassles that people have to access funding from World Bank currently. So we feel that maybe decentralized mechanism approach would actually lessen the hassles that we would go through, even before we have access to that funding. It is also worth mentioning that to make the fundamental, to make the mechanisms very fundamental, inclusivity would be an issue to consider very much so. I've already alluded to the fact that women, children, and youth are not involved, but we want, with this funding, let them be at the center of the knowledge in terms of loss and damage. I have also alluded to the fact that we need to start with what we have. I know in communities, at national level, regionally, we have access to funding that we are trying to address on issues to do with loss and damage, without mentioning the disaster risk management fund for Malawi, which is very important to start addressing issues of loss and damage. So if we start with what we have, I think it will create a mindset that if we have something, then we look for more when the disaster magnitude goes that far. We also need to look at proper coordination in terms of how we want to manage our processes in accessing the funds for loss and damage. Finally, I've already alluded to that. The fact that, yes, we'll be doing decentralization on the access, but it is also very important that we need to know the technical aspect in terms of managing those funds. So with that, I was already saying that, yes, much as we may be presumed not to have all that capacity, but we feel that with the research that has been done and the data available, we have a claim to make in terms of our competency. Finally, let me say, this is my personal opinion. It was never discussed in our meeting. One area that I feel could also be part of this in terms of as an opportunity is to use the faith leaders, because the faith leaders are the ones having people. If we engage these people seriously, issues of loss and damage, with the concept of saying it starts with us, I think we can make good progress in terms of addressing issues of loss and damage. Thank you for your attention. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Group 3, for that good and elaborate discussion that you had and the feedback that you have given us. Do we have any additions from the group members? Okay, do we have any questions? Okay, thank you very much, Group 3. Please, could we clap for them? They have done a good job. Thank you very much. Listening to the 3 discussions, I have picked several cross-cutting issues. One is we are lacking data on to evidence our claims on loss and damage. Coordination is lacking, and creation of awareness around the loss and damage funds, especially at the community level, and making sure that they are involved in these discussions. Another point is loss and damage policies are lacking at the national level. And currently the NDCs are being reviewed, updated. So that's an opportunity to make sure that they are integrated in the national policies. Another point was there was documentation of the impacts. I was in a group that we were talking about what kind of methodologies can be used uniformly to quantify this kind of losses at different levels. The other point was there was a point on lack of capacity to write bankable projects that can be funded, among other things. So I'm not going to go into all the points that have been presented here by the groups. So I hereby welcome Julius to come and close the meeting. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Jessica. Can we give a round of applause as well? And for ourselves, can we clap hands for ourselves? I think it's been a very long day that we've been engaging since the opening until now. I appreciate the fact that all of us were engaged, particularly also during the breakout sessions. Our role this evening as people who are convening you, and also the team that is also working behind the scenes in terms of taking the notes, is to compile whatever has been discussed today and then be able to feed into the different outputs that we want to get out of these sessions. So as we already mentioned in the morning, we are going to be developing a communique, a case study, and also some other key outputs that would feed into the different processes leading into development of a fit for purpose loss and damage fund that should be accessible in different African countries by different groups, and particularly the poor and the most vulnerable to the impacts of climate change. So that's what we want to achieve by the end of the day. So I know we are tired. We need to go and rest. We need to close the session at this point with the back of the mind that tomorrow we still have these sessions until Friday. So tomorrow we're also going to have high-level technical dialogues where we have key people that are going to give us presentations, but also others who are going to also be in moderated panel discussions. At the end of the day, we are expecting to also have technical working groups discussing different topical issues that will help us to come up with key recommendations to feed into the different outputs that I mentioned. Otherwise, I want to appreciate all of you for coming and invite Philip, who is raising a hand to say something. But as he's coming, Philip and I would like to meet the people or those that we identified to form the key the team for developing a communique. So I think we will just have to coordinate for 5 minutes after these sessions. And also I know there are different groups here. We have team of rapporteurs and team of people that are helping us to do communications. So those are also supposed to remain and do a simple coordination on how just to consolidate what they've been able to do today. Otherwise, I know.
I'm just hijacking. You know, when the chairman is speaking, it's important just to interfere with the protocol in a very wise way. Nicholas, we have Obed, we have Jessica, Julius is here, my brother, Ruth from Sisonek, John Chipeta, Chimwemwe, and Kaugelo. That is a team dealing with the technical outputs. Let's converge around this desk and close on the matter. Over to you, Chair.
Yeah, thank you. So those names are the people that will remain here. We would need to coordinate and see how we get all the notes that are coming from the different sessions and be able to start working on a communique that should be adopted at the end of the session on Friday. Yeah, otherwise I was saying, we have people who are coming from different countries, also different regions in Malawi, different districts, and coordinated by different partners. I know my team has already maybe briefed all of you on how you are going to be sorted or supported from here so that you have your accommodation, but also any other related expenses. So Mr. Goigoi, can you stand up, please? Mr. Goigoi Konje, can you just wave at us? So that's Mr. Goigoi Konje, who is coordinating the team that is supporting all of you in terms of logistics. So if you were not yet sorted, meet that gentleman and then be able to be sorted. So if he's not gonna sort you directly, he's going to refer to you to some people who are going to sort you out. So thank you, Goigoi. Otherwise, I want to thank you all for coming and for the wonderful discussions today. May we clap hands for ourselves for the last time. And then I wish you all the best as you go for a rest, and let the teams that were mentioned here, the names, please remain here, the rapporteurs remain, and the comms team. Thank you. Bye. Kaugelo, come on this table. Chimwemwe, come on this table. Obed, come on this table. Jessica, come on this table. Yeah. Can I also see the rapporteurs and those that are doing comms on one table? Please. And let Dunia and Pande get ready for the session tomorrow.
Ndofunako ma representatives at Glow ndi SEPA. At Glow ndi SEPA.